Today's May 6th?
Yes.
May 6th. Welcome to tonight's council meeting, pre-meeting of Monday, May 6th, 2024. Welcome to everybody, and we'll start with, is there any questions for tonight's agenda? Yes, ma'am?
Just on the sustainability report, I was just curious what our current divergence rate was for trash. I remember it being like 92%, or I mean 8%. Yeah.
Bridger Tomlin, Sustainability Administrator. Are you asking specifically for the city as an organization or the community diversion
The
rate?
community as a whole, but if you have the cities, that would be great too.
I'm still waiting for specific data for city diversion rate from our waste provider, Republic Services, and I can provide that to you once I receive it from them. For community diversion rate, it is tricky to get a precise number just due to collecting data from all the different providers that work in the city and licensing them and them all providing that data to us. But an estimate would be around 12% diversion rate.
Okay, so better than it was.
Better, but it's definitely something that I'll have hopefully a better concept of when we get all the reports from the licensed haulers in the city.
Okay. Will that be a regular measure that we watch, both for the community and for the city?
Yes, that is a measure that we watch, and I can report that to you once I have that data.
Great.
It's just sometimes there's delays in receiving data from our different services in the city.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Councilor Dumont?
Can we have item C removed from the consent agenda? Parking violation fees, fine schedule.
Remind me when we get up to the dais, because I didn't come that way to grab my sheet. Anything else? Reports? Councilor Rosati?
No, ma'am.
Councilor Hutt?
Yeah, so on Tuesday, I had a meeting with the Environmental Sustainability Director, Bridger, who we just spoke to, and Jody Andrews was there, and City Manager Mark Freitag was there to learn more about the city solar programs and how successful they are and where the city's going as far as solar. So that was a very, very informative meeting. And then on Thursday, I was at the Jeffco Schools Sip and Sponsor event. That was amazing. They had artwork by Jeffco high school students, and it was like professional quality stuff. It was so good that I took Bill to go see the exhibit on Sunday. I was like, you have to go see. Yeah, they had sculpture and painting and photography, and it was just, it was incredible. And then on Saturday, I went to the fire station number 5 open house. There were so many people there. The attendance was great. There were lots of kids getting rides on the fire truck and having fun running around with their fire helmets. And yeah, no, it was a really great event. So, yep, that's my report.
Councilor Camelia?
Yes, I met with a resident on Saturday morning at my coffee at Zoe's every other Saturday at 9, and we just chatted, and that was really nice. And I also stopped by the Fire Station 5 and saw you there. That was great. The outpouring of folks was fantastic. That was really exciting. But that's all I've got.
Thanks. Councilor Ireland?
Unfortunately, I don't have anything. I was sick all week.
Oh,
I'm
are
glad
you
I
better?
could bring it to you guys. Yes, I'm doing better. Thank you.
Especially, I appreciate it, so
Yes.
thank you. Councilor Dumont?
Stop by the Station 5 open house just in time for them to restock food, because I guess they ran out. So that's got to be probably the busiest one I've seen, although that Station 5 is usually the busiest, but that It was very, very busy, so well done. I attended the Municipal Court CAT on Wednesday. They talked about, they were going over just some of the outside design features and things of that nature, playground, just getting some input from that group on what that might look like. Next is and I think I shared it, I forgot to bring the thing with me. I know I shared it on my social media, but the open house, so maybe staff could remind me when the open house is for that, because that's one of their next things, is they're gonna do the public open house, and then they're gonna gather that feedback from the public open house, and then they're gonna bring that back to the MCAT. And I can get it for you at some point. Then Thursday night was CNR. So the CNR, they did vote 5-3 to disband. So what will happen from here is they had it separated out in the event that it did disband because part of the IGA was what funds are left get redistributed. It isn't going to be redistributed necessarily equally because not everybody had put in. So there were 2 municipalities who hadn't paid their dues yet. And then there was some talk about, obviously, some of the entities weren't part of it from the beginning. So Westminster's part was over 12 at that count, but they still had an outstanding bill for the sheriff for Thursday night because that was something that the CNR had to pay for. It sounded like at some of the meetings, maybe Jeffco donated that, but I don't think that was the case at this last meeting. The only other thing that I would share that was good news out of it, that this did come out of the CNR, is at this point, Jason Serbu from Superior continues to track the nighttime flights to see how that idea that he came up with is going. And he counts a 95% compliance, which is voluntary, which is pretty good. He wasn't expecting that to happen so fast, so at least some good came out of it. But then they went into the town hall for the new airport director. That's it for me.
Well, my family was also battling some sickness over the past week, but I did speak with Tracy Kraft-Thorpe following the CNR decision, and so just to figure out what comes next, and since they're gonna, Jeffco is gonna come and speak to us on the 20th, I think that would be a good time for us to see what happens next regarding just all of the different communities. And do you have a
it was discussed, and some of the
Okay.
communities said, oh, well, let's take a break and maybe we can get along better. But this is my own, and I shared that this is my own view. I think that's going to be really hard to do now that we have all said we can't get along and we think that this is a waste. I have a hard time believing that that's going to come to fruition or makes any sense whatsoever. My commentary to them, if you listen to the meeting, was, we're here, those of us who want to stay, trying to do something, and you're telling us that it's not possible. So there was discussion about that. I think there is some openness to figuring out, what could be next, but I'm not really sure what that looks like. And I think there were questions around how could things be restructured if you have certain members that don't want to come to the table, because part of the group or the impacted area. So I do think that it would be interesting to hear from the FAA or to have that evaluated, which I know we've asked staff in the past what our options are, to see is there ability to have a group without those entities that don't seem to want to participate, and if so, what could you do if the FAA is saying here's the impacting areas, and if one of them says no or doesn't involve themselves in a CNR, what's your avenue? So some of that was discussed. I don't think that we shouldn't chase it down, but I for one don't have high hopes for it if we're not willing to have the whole group of impacted communities stay at the table.
Yeah. So, as residents continue to, write to us, I think just if we, I think we probably need to give them some direction right now, and without any body for them to turn to. I think it's mostly just to whoever the new director for the airport will be. What, do you know the timeline on that?
I believe they wanted to have somebody selected by the end of the month and seated by June. They didn't talk about it this last time, but the meeting before they had talked about it. I have to go back in my notes, but roughly that's what they wanted. The other thing I would mention is folks still have the noise complaint avenue on the Jeffco website for the airport.
Yeah.
I have several friends that use that, and sometimes they get calls asking for specifics.
Well, one would hope also that the voluntary, the nighttime decrease, you know, whatever I know they're using just the south runway or with the flight schools.
The nighttime, they
Yeah.
try to use the one particular runway. It's not, again, it's partially safety based as far as like if that runway doesn't look like it's gonna be safe, then they might take the other runway. But 95%, granted, the nighttime traffic is obviously a lot less. And I think one of the things that we were hoping to see is as it goes into the summer months, when they get busier, what that looks like.
Yeah.
I think it could be cool so remember the idea of having a working group of the affected communities. Now that it's resolved, rather than wasting time doing nothing, it could be kind of cool to have the 5 folks, the 5 groups, plus us, who voted to stay or all 7 or 8. Is it 7 or is it 8 of them total? To basically form a working group where we can, over time, collaborate on what changes they want to see to whatever a new CNR could look like. That could be a good use of this time period where we're waiting to find out what the next steps are. It could take a few months, but I don't feel like we're really collaborating across the cities. I think it's been all via the CNR, which debatedly, you could say it's effective or not, but in my opinion, it hasn't been effective. So if we have a different way and we just say, hey, let's just get together, all the liaisons, or we can pick folks from the various cities and just start collaborating, because I know that Lafayette, Superior, and some of them, they already have amendments that they've worked on, that their liaisons have worked on. Like, here's what we want to see change for a new CNR kind of thing. We could collaborate on a set of amendments that the group agrees with, and then take that to Jeffco and say, hey, Jeffco, here's what the group wants to see from a new CNR that might be more effective in the future.
The amendments that Superior had recommended were discussed, but the body wanted to vote on whether or not they were going to remain, because they felt that if there is no body, then there would be no potentially working group or any of the other amendments that were there. So and that was kind of the discussion. And so I made the point in the last 2 meetings that if folks wanted to do a working group, that was one of the ideas, was a working group with a smaller set of potential stakeholders, including pilots, community members, FAA. That wasn't a public meeting. That's something the FAA said other CNRs do. We would have had to amend the IGA, and I made that point 2 meetings ago. Why don't we just amend the IGA instead of throwing the baby out with the bathwater? But like I said, it went down 5-3, voted to disband. We'll see what happens, but essentially it was a working group that we were in with impacted communities, and they decided they couldn't work together. It's unfortunate.
Well, to be fair, though, it's not because they couldn't work together. It's because they didn't think the CNR was effective.
I strongly disagree, Councilor Zadi. We put how many tens of thousands of dollars into a document that one group said that before we even have the FAA rule in on it and look at the ideas and see the validity of them, one group said no. So, the group was ineffective because the members could not work with each other and see past just their own community. Granted, we're there fighting for our communities, but sometimes that takes each community to do a little give and take, and that wasn't what was happening, and that wasn't what happened from the offset of the CNR, and it was specific members that seemed to always be the barrier from the time that we started the CNR back, how many ever 3-4 years ago.
but that's your opinion. The vote was because CNR was, right?
Well,
So,
the votes that were there that would continually say no to the answers are the votes. That's not my opinion. That's a matter of record.
it's not a matter of record to say that people voted away because they didn't want to work with the other ones. That's not what they voted on. The record is what was the actual vote. That's the actual record.
Okay, well, I was the one who was sitting there in the meetings. I don't remember ever seeing you in the audience, so.
So I think that could be a good idea, to go back to a more productive conversation here. If we had, and we don't need Jeffco to do it, you know, we can take some leadership here and actually just pull together some folks and see if we can talk, you know, back to basics of just talk to each other and see what's going on, what's on their mind, find out their real intentions, right? Find out what they want to see change, and actually just get out of this, whatever has been happening at the CNR. Get out of that the toxicity of whatever that was to a new future. Just a thought.
I guess, yeah, I think, you know, are we the convener as a city, or do we encourage the new director at the airport to help convene that, or does Jeffco somehow do that? I think that's the, just who would take on all of the organization and the, I think the additional staff time to start organizing that. Not that it's I'm just asking the practical
It's a good question. I don't know.
And should we let things settle, let Jeffco get on their feet with the new person? See, we have no idea what their thoughts are. Do they even want to get started with the CNR right away? No idea. So, Jeffco's the one that runs that airport, so we could put in a lot of time and energy, and that's it. Goes nowhere. So,
Amber has the thought.
Yeah, I think conversation is always good if we can have conversations. So I do like Obi's idea. I understand wanting to let it settle, but I just worry about that because the noise is still an issue. And of course, we know the lead's an issue, but that's different from the CNR. But the noise is definitely an issue. I got startled at 2 o'clock in the morning, just like a week and a half ago, in my bedroom, trying to sleep. It's an issue, and so I just worry about if we let it settle, then nothing's being done about the issue.
anyone else?
I would just share, I do think it's an issue, and that's why I thought that the CNR should continue. So I'm just as frustrated as everybody else. It doesn't make sense to throw it away if it's an issue.
Well, one thought is perhaps we can, when the new director comes online, invite them over here to talk to us and just let them know how we feel. We have a lot of concerns from our residents, and we want to see action. So kind of bringing that, like, we hope to see some convening of cities, and maybe they can help do that.
When is the director getting hired? What's the?
You said 1st of June?
Their hope is to have them seated by June.
And when's that study session?
Ours is May 20th, so
20th.
2 weeks from tonight.
I was gonna suggest maybe we add some folks into the study session.
Well, we have the two public health departments, both Adams and Jefferson County, coming to speak to us, and then an RMA-focused discussion. And we have the county manager with his team to talk to us about removal of the one runway, any environmental effects that might be associated with that, certainly the expansion of the airport. And Counselor Hott, remind me the name of the individual?
Dr.
Sammy
Zoran.
Zoran.
Yeah.
Coming to speak to us from Colorado State University, somebody that's
Oh, he's
subject
coming
matter.
on the 20th?
Well, we've extended an invitation. I don't know whether we've heard anything, so, no. Yeah, don't have an answer on whether he's accepted. So
Is the EPA and CDPHE going to be there?
EPA, don't know yet. CDPHE will not. They've already come and spoken.
Okay.
I would kind of like to know an expert of why, because I've lived here a long time. Stapleton Airport moved to where now DIA. What were the reasons behind that? And if we have the similar problems that were involved, maybe it was about lead, maybe it was about noise. But if we had someone that knew why that was moved, I think it would open our eyes to what needs to be done at Jefferson County. Because I think we need to scale back that airport. Because even at my house, I'm getting increased traffic. I'm not just concerned about me, but the ones that are really close to it are really being affected. So I think we need some expert that knows when an airport's too much and it needs to be moved. So that might be, that might be the only solution if they're not going to scale back this airport, because there's just too many neighborhoods around it anymore. And we've allowed them to build close to it, which it's all these cities' fault that happened. But now that it has, it's a concern for lead, for noise, for everything. And I'm concerned about the citizens just as much as the airport, or more, because that's who I represent as the citizens, not the airport.
City manager, is there a way, like, if we send you like questions that we have before the study session to be answered by the study session or before, whatever? Because I think that sometimes these study sessions are, you have folks come in and they give presentations, but it doesn't answer the actual questions that some of the residents have or that we have. Can we give you a set of questions and then, well, I don't know where the answers will come from, but staff figures out a way to get the answers to us? Because that's really what we actually need, I think, for some of these, is direct answers to some of these questions.
Absolutely, Counselor. If you have questions you want to send ahead of the study session, sooner rather than later, obviously, we'll get them to the right people. Make sure those are part of either the agenda memo or the presentation. Okay?
Thanks.
So we do that.
Councilor Hart?
Yeah, I just was curious if anyone else on council has heard of or seen the NIOSH study. So in 2012, they did a study of the folks who worked at RMMA testing for lead. And it showed, because it can be absorbed through, fingers, your skin, breathing in the particulates. And it showed elevated levels of lead for the people working there, and they didn't publish the study right away. Instead, they didn't tell the workers, they didn't warn the workers, and it's been released recently. And so they knew that there was a lead problem a long time ago, and they chose to, instead of let folks know, they instead chose to not share the study, which was published recently. So I'm concerned that the same thing could be happening right now with our residents, because it's happened before at that airport. So at the end of the day, we need to know, and we need to have this information. We need to have studies, and I can't wait until the one from CDPHE is published, because I really, I don't think it was done correctly, and I think it was on purpose, because it's happened before.
Okay. I went on business walks with our economic development crew. Always fun. I love to know all of the secrets people doing on business at 108th and Dover. They're wonderful. So thanks for inviting us. It's always a great thing. Went to the Adams County Mayors and Commissioners Youth Awards. That is always a tearjerker. I took lots of tissue, and it is kids that would never get an award if it wasn't for this. And they had 112 kids, and I wish all 112 could have had them. They had a young man who had a stroke in his mom's womb. And he only has half a brain, but he walked across that stage and got his recognition. And anyway, it's my most favorite place I go each year. Employee breakfast was supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I think you two had a record number than ever, and all of the cooks in the crowd, you did a great job. Didn't see as much flames as I did when Fire Chief Hall was here, but you kept it good. The food was delicious. We had enough leftovers. I took it home and surprised my husband, and we had breakfast. It was terrific. So thank you for that. While I was at the breakfast, I tuned in to the AC Rep legislation meeting. Chris Lindsay caught me plugging in my ears, and he goes, "I know who you're listening to." And then had the Who's Cat meeting last week. We have our last one tomorrow night. Went to Adams County Law Day. That's always inspirational and great to see the people they recognize there. Station 5 was bursting at the seams. We ran out of food twice, and it's always just a great thing in that neighborhood, and everybody loves it. Love the smiles on the kids, and it's great. For me, I started a new cancer treatment Thursday. The 2 weeks before that, I knew this was coming, and I just had to wrap my head around it before I told you all. It's always a scary thing to be in that limbo and not in the treatment. That may seem silly, but I just didn't know. They had 15 pages of what all could happen. My prayer warriors have worked overtime. I'm blessed. I have had one small side effect, and there's a tiny pill to take care of that. So it's not I have nothing to complain about. This time I have May and June, I have a shot every other week. Those, I will honestly say, are painful. They last about 2 days, but you do what you need to do. Thursday or Saturday, I wasn't sure I was going to be able to work at the open house, but I love it, and those people made me forget what I was going through. I have to say, staff checked on me very kindly and not over excessively, making sure I was drinking and that everything was okay. I didn't get lunch because we did run out of food, so I went home and had my lunch there. But so I get that shot, and then I take 2 pills every day. Like I said, there are some horrendous side effects to this one, and everything's good. So thank you to everybody, and don't forget to do your green paperwork for City Clerk Fitch, and it is time to go start a meeting. Oh, sorry.
If we could, just an answer to Counselor DeMott's question about the municipal court project open house. It's scheduled for Wednesday, May 22nd, 6 to 8 p.m., and it's at the MAC so that we can get the folks in there, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, let's go do a meeting. and it turns red, but it will list you on, so I don't have to keep looking down, and once I look this way, you guys turn on your things and I don't see it. I turn this way, you don't see anything, and keep going. So get in the queue so that I can call on you, and it is working tonight. So thanks to the ghosts and goblins that fixed that. We will welcome to tonight's council meeting of May 6, 2024. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the City of Westminster Council meeting of May 6, 2024. We thank you for coming and would like to remind all in attendance that our meetings are subject to the rules of decorum that are posted inside the chamber doors. These rules are in effect while our meetings are in session, as well as during breaks and transitions between meetings. We want to be sure all feel welcome and remind all there is an expectation that no attendee shall disrupt this meeting and that threats and intimidation are prohibited. No attendee shall engage in audible expressions of support or opposition for any speaker. Signs and placards are prohibited, and all attendees shall remain seated in the seats provided, not in the aisles, nor shall the doorways be blocked. Is somebody out there to still sign up, or are we done?
She's still out there.
If people have not signed up to speak during public comment, now's the time to get out there and sign up, because once we're done, we don't take other people that have come in. Roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia.
Present.
Councillor DeMott.
Present.
Councillor Azadi.
Here.
Councillor Hott.
Present.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Here.
And Councillor Ireland.
Here.
That brings us to consideration of minutes of April 22nd, 2024. Councillor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the April 22nd, 2024 meeting as presented.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of April 22nd, 2024. Is there any comments or changes to them? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Would the graduates from our youth advisory panel, their leaders from Parks and Rec, come on down and meet me in the front? Oh, you have to be here looking out that way. It says it's on. Can I get you guys to help get these out? Welcome, and I will ask you all to introduce yourself and what you do.
My name is Tomas Herrera Mischler, and I'm the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Libraries.
I'm Lauren Shoemaker. I'm Teen Librarian at College Hill Library and part of the YAP lead.
I'm Seth Neal. I'm the Assistant Program Coordinator for for Youth and Teen Programs in Parks and Rec, and I'm the other part of the Youth Advisory Panel lead.
My name's Alondra Mendoza. I am a senior at Westminster High School, and I hold the presidential chair for the Youth Advisory Panel.
My name is Valeria Covarrubias. I am also a part of the Youth Advisory Panel. I go to Westminster as well, and I'm just a member.
Hi, I'm Sammy. I'm the Youth Advisory Panel intern.
To you too. We'll start with you. Do you have any family here?
Yeah. Both of my parents are here. My siblings, my brother's girlfriend, and then my boyfriend are here.
Joining me today is my dad, Adolfo Mendoza, and my mom, Blanca Hinojos.
Well, to the parents in the crowd, thank you for giving us these kids. They have been wonderful to work with. They have gone through some crazy times between COVID and everything else, but they have survived and they are great leaders. And it has been a privilege to get to come to your meetings, watch everything that you do, talked with some of the students that I know are here. Who are the students that are here just supporting tonight? Stand up. Thank you for being here. There are yappers that are going to continue because they're not seniors, and we hope to see you next year. Great group, lots of laughter, lots of good ideas. Thank you for coming and supporting your seniors tonight. So we have a proclamation for you, and it's sad that I have to say goodbye to you. Whereas the City Council of the City of Westminster believes our youth should share with their community leaders the responsibility in addressing their needs, desires, challenges, and issues in molding their own futures. And whereas the city values its youth and strives to advance and promote their distinctive needs and interests, and therefore created the Westminster Youth Advisory Panel on September 13th, 1999. And whereas currently the panel has 24 members. Isn't that our biggest ever? Yeah, it's great. It's wonderful. Appointed for the 23-2024 school year, including 6 graduating seniors. And whereas it's important to acknowledge the contributions made by outgoing seniors. Now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do recognize and extend appreciation to the following Youth Advisory Panel outgoing senior members who currently are serving on the Youth Advisory Panel, representing their schools and Westminster youth. Alondra Mendoza Hinojos is our chair, and she has been for the last couple of years. She is a true leader. You will have my seat someday. But thank you so much for all you've done. And Carla Toledo. No, I was just going to tell them all of them, sorry. Carla Toledo, Vice Chair, Legacy High School. Leo Alvarez Rojas, Secretary, Westminster High School. Andrew Bowie? Stargate High School. Liam Matthews, Hidden Lake High School. And Valera Covarrubias Gonzalez, Westminster High School. Thank you, too, for all that you've done. Next week. We meet with the yappers our last time next Wednesday, so we will get the others their proclamations. But we have the paparazzi here.
All right, quick photo for everyone who's here. All together, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3. Congratulations, y'all. Thank you.
And for those of you that just were recognized, and to those that are here to support, it is okay if you get up and leave now, because unless you want to sit through some other comments and things, it's okay. Nice to see you, Cindy. Thanks again for being here, and thanks to the parents and all the family that came to support. The public comment portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to communicate with the City Council. Each participant will be given no more than 5 minutes on any topic they choose. Public comment is not intended to be a back and forth discussion. If there's a public hearing scheduled for the item on which you wish to speak, please hold your comments and testify when the public meeting is called. Tonight, there are no public hearings. This evening, the city clerk has informed me that we have received 4 emails, 0 voicemails by the deadline, and they have been transcribed, posted to the online agenda packet, and forwarded directly to City Council. City Clerk, would you please call the first live speaker to the podium? And first of all, do we have more than?
We have 14.
Okay, perfect.
The first speaker is John Shufford.
Welcome.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens, I stand today before you as a steadfast advocate for our cherished local tradition, the Westminster Hills Area Open Dog Park. I am here speaking before you because a crucial part of our lives is under threat. The proposed reduction in the park size is not just an inconvenience, it is an assault on what it means to be a resident and a pet owner in our vibrant community. Our park comes alive each weekend, a bustling sanctuary where tails wag and laughter fills the air. As we walk our dogs, we are graced with the breathtaking beauty of the Rocky Mountains. This vista, which never fails to astonish, frames our communal space, a place where friendships blossom and life's simple pleasures are savored. In Colorado, owning a dog is more than just a lifestyle. It's a legacy. We don't just own dogs, we explore with them, we bond with them, and build community through them. The Westminster Hills Dog Park is a sanctuary where this bond can thrive, providing a safe and accessible refuge for our canine companions. The park's ample space is critical. High-energy dogs, like mine, need room to run freely off-lead without boundaries, ensuring they don't trespass on private lands or cause disturbances. Moreover, the park offers a retreat for dogs in training or those that are reactive, allowing them to socialize and learn at their own pace with ample space. This freedom is essential for their development and integration into the dog community. Some have raised concerns about erosion from widening paths in the park. These issues are legitimate, and they demand practical solutions, not drastic reductions in park space. At my desk yesterday, I quickly thought of 2 actions. 1, designate specific zones for dogs to run and chase to help them contain their activity to designated areas, 1 at each entrance. 2, enhance trail markings to prevent further environmental damage. At the moment, it's a nebulous gray area between dirt and dying grass with 0 markings. Is it really a wonder that the trails have gotten bigger? Mind you, these are solutions that I, a private citizen, came up with within 2 hours over a cup of coffee. I can imagine that the power and might of this city council can think of solutions that will directly address the problem rather than unjustly penalizing our pets and their owners. Furthermore, the ongoing parking issues underscore the overwhelming demand for our park. The 6 times that the parking has been expanded, leaving most people without a place to park, has only proven the park's profound need for this space. To suggest reducing the park size in the face of such demand is not only illogical, it's irresponsible. Our community deserves better. I'm a resident of downtown Westminster, and it is profoundly frustrating to see the Center Park, our local grass patch, where many of us has played and raised our dogs, being replaced by an inadequate postage stamp-sized dog run. This insufficient alternative, which will not be ready for months, will leave us stranded. Now I know this is a separate issue, but where are we told to go? The Westminster Hill Dog Park. It's a mere 10-minute drive away from my home. Incredibly reasonable. But now as more people and animals move to this area, this refuge that we were told to count on is getting stripped away. The proposed changes threaten to dismantle a recreational area and a vital social hub, a place where we have forged lasting friendships and our dogs can play freely, safely, and joyfully. Reducing the park's size diminishes our quality of life and erodes the very fabric of our community. Let's stand united to protect this park. Let's ensure our voices are heard loud and clear, advocating for a park that remains a beacon of community, joy, and freedom for us to stand with our dogs. This park is more than just a plot of land. It's where we create our happiest moments. Thank you for your attention, passion, and unwavering support. Let's save Westminster Dog Park for us, our dogs, and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jim Mickle.
Welcome.
Hello, my name's Jim Milkey. I've been here before. I'm a 20-year walker of the park, and my subject is the cat team. And I walk the park every day. I'm an example of what a lot of retired people do is they spend time with their dogs, and they really like to go to the dog park. But here's the feedback I get in talking to people who have relationships to people that are on the cat. The cat is not honestly considered how to make the 420 acres effective in the format which is somewhat similar to what's happening today. When there's no serious consideration being given to determine what changes could be enacted to solve issues that exist. The Westy Dog Park Guardians has done a lot of work to organize people, raise awareness of issues, and to propose solutions which seem to not be going anywhere, really. It appears that the power of actual people using the park is largely gone ignored. Over 1 million people come, there are 1 million visits to this park. It's not because it's a failure in concept, it's because it's a huge success. And people really see the difference from going to a smaller park. The Westy Dog Guardians have collected, I just found out here, but I knew the number somewhat close to this, 7,514 names on his petition saying, please don't change it. If you take that into 1 million, that comes up to 144 visits. What that number says, they haven't captured everybody, but they got a high percentage of people who are actually going to the park. That's my point. The Parks Management cannot recognize a successful undertaking when it's right in front of their eyes. It's happening every day. Just go out, spend some time out there and listen to the people and ask them the questions for yourselves. Parks Management needs to identify a person who will set goals. And what do I mean by goals? Goals are, what do you got to do with what's acceptable in paths? What's acceptable in parking? What's acceptable in management of the weeds? What's acceptable in managing the pool? Once you've got those goals set, and I haven't heard that they exist actually, then you're able to develop real solutions to solve those problems. Instead, when you're dealing with solutions and we want to do this and we want to do that without knowing where you're going, I don't think you get anywhere personally. I've also heard a lot of false reports. I got the first copy of the minutes from the meeting and they said, there's no birds in the park. There were more birds in the park than I've ever seen in 20 years last year. This year, they're all over. It's ridiculous to even make that statement. I've heard there's no flowers in the park. I got 30 pictures on my phone from last year. Why did they have birds last year and why did they have flowers? It rained. It was as simple as that. The years when it doesn't rain, there isn't much there and they don't stay very long. With the goals identified, they need to work with people like the Guardians to prepare solutions to produce results. This concept should be tried before the current concept is dismantled. There's no active, we know what they've proposed, but we haven't taken the time to see if we can make what's happening work for everybody, in my opinion, from what I hear from talking to people as I meet them on the trail. The CAT has not been a working group that produced cooperative solutions. The CAT people have insisted on working to implement the Parks Management proposed March 6th, and that's the only thing they're really interested in. The CAT appears to be an attempt to make the park users think management is listening when in fact they aren't. I'm really disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Calamity.
Welcome.
Yeah, Karen Calavity. Been away for a while. It's been kind of nice not to have to be here because, unfortunately, as nice a city as Westminster is, it just seems like there's a lot that's not so great. I'm talking about the Uplands again. I also got a notification, a postcard in the mail. It says, anywhere it rains, it can flood. It talks about building in a floodplain and that it hasn't been allowed since 1997. Well, I don't know that the planning department or anyone here knows that the Uplands is in a floodplain. Yet there's all this construction, all this grading going on there. I mean, it's ridiculous what the Uplands gets away with. I live in an apartment and I get this thing about floodplains and talking about the recourse and the problems with it. And then here's the Uplands building a new development right in the floodplain. I just don't get it. It looks like an open pit mining operation over there. It's ridiculous. And they're not providing the housing for the middle that they promoted. It's market rate housing, and then they get special subsidies for the affordable housing, which is really Section 8 housing. It's not, affordable housing is supposed to meld with other housing and not stigmatize people. And the affordable housing that the Uplands is doing is in a segregated area. It's for rent, it's Section 8 style, and yet they still get all these privileges of turning a beautiful piece of land into a piece of crap that doesn't meet any construction codes. It just makes me sick. On another note, since I do have some time, this is regarding the proposed lawn removal, I guess, here at the Municipal building. I just want to say that the lawn is watered by recycled water. And before you do too much adjusting to what's kind of working out here, it needs to be considered that lawns absorb a lot more heat than rock mulch. So I would suggest that you do a study on how much air conditioning you're using presently as compared to what your air conditioning needs are going to be after you take out the lawn, which is a carbon sequesterer and a coolant. And rock mulch is not a carbon sequesterer and it is not a coolant. I am a landscape architect. I do appreciate using sensible plantings, but when I know that that lawn is watered with recycled water and it actually acts as a coolant, I get a little concerned about the newfound idea that everything needs to be torn up to put rock mulch and xeric plantings. And lots of times they use a lot of weed killer and very non-environmental methods of keeping those to look nice or whatever. So those are my comments for tonight.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Guthrie. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor McNally, Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela, and the esteemed councilors. My name is Andrew Guthrie, and I am the Westy Dog Park Guardians member of the Who's Cat. When I first spoke here, I spoke of hope for the process. The reality is the cat has been a tremendous misuse of resources. The lack of leadership has resulted in little to no effective progress. Here's an example of how the PRL continues to disrespect Who's Cat members week after week. At 2:47 in the morning of the previous CAT meeting, we received the agenda, which started off with trail mapping, something that hadn't been addressed previously. This last-minute change signaled to the Guardians that this could be the last Who's Cat meeting since the fifth meeting was optional and not scheduled. A few in-meeting examples. PRL's handpicked mediator, as stated by Director Herrera-Mischler in the first meeting, has zero control of the room, so conversations have no focus and get off track easily. We have talked about parking every meeting, issues neighbors have been raising for years. To empathize with their struggles, the Guardians presented a simple, easily impactful parking solution at meeting 1, and yet no meaningful progress to date. We have yet to start a meeting on time, which I find disrespectful to the volunteers who have donated their time. PRL's blatant anti-dog agenda has stifled progress. This started with rhetoric at the March 6th meeting and continued through the Who's Cat binder, where the only research included was, quote, dogs' impact on wildlife literature. The example from the recent meeting, Mr. Reale interjected that dogs are the sole cause for land deterioration. When I asked why noxious weeds are more prevalent in the on-leash western section, I was met with silence. When they talk about blaming dogs for the widening trail, they fail to mention the signage at the park requiring social distancing. That sign still hangs today. The fact that PRL refuses to admit any of their mistakes is seriously concerning in my book. Most importantly, the Who's Cat identified 10 topics which need a deep dive. We've talked about 2 of them. What's really sad is that the issues the community cares about, the issues you hear every council meeting, health and wellness, safety, social community impacts, will not be addressed in any depth, if at all. To date, the only CAT recommendations are all items within the 2014 stewardship plan and should have been part of the park maintenance for years. CAT's recommendations are to literally follow the plan that's already in place. To me, this should be where the conversation started instead of using resources to come up with these basic recommendations. It really makes me wonder why the stewardship plan hasn't been followed and why 3 of the 4 land stewardship values, including economic, social, cultural values for future generations, have been completely ignored. Did you know not once has the will of the people been discussed? CAT members have no idea that through 3 surveys, over 80% of respondents want to keep the park at the same size. PRL's bare minimum answer, provide a link to the survey results at the bottom of the last agenda just received today with 0 explanation other than, quote, additional resources. Since day 1, the Guardians have strived to partner with the city of Westminster. It is literally our mission. Seeing how Who's Cat is not getting any solutions, the Guardians have put together recommendations, not to subvert the process, to partner with the process, to bring expertise the CAT is missing. Heck, we're even meeting with Bike Jeffco next week to discuss solutions in the park. There are solutions available that can and will work and balance the interests of all parties. I hope there are many lessons learned for future CAT processes. It can work, it just needs honest and skilled leadership. Make no mistake, the only reason Who's Cat exists is for the PRL to justify their agenda against the wishes of the vast majority of Westminster citizens. They designed a system to silence citizen voices. Frankly, I am embarrassed to be part of the Who's Cat team and disappointed on how my time and efforts have been misused. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Austin. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Deborah. I'm part of the Westy Dog Park Guardians. The Guardians have received numerous inquiries about zoning out at the Westminster Hills Dog Park. I'll talk about 3 things: zoning, parks and rec classifications, and use. The zoning district and the PRL classification of the dog park are currently in conflict. Most of the 420 acres are zoned planned unit development, or PUD, with 2 small carve-outs in the northeast and southwest corners that are currently zoned O1 open space. The packet that you just received, you can check out the map on page 4. but the entire dog park is classified by the PRL as open space. So it's zoning and park classifications, two different things, and they're conflicting right now. These inconsistencies are important because most of the 420-acre dog park is not protected against future development, including housing, by the current PUD zoning district designation. It's also important because the 24-year right of use as an off-leash dog park is not protected against the PRL initiative to eliminate it. The PRL classifications are neighborhood, community, citywide, and regional parks, and conservation and open space. There are 44 neighborhood or community parks that are zoned PUD, and 17 that are zoned as residential, commercial, or specific plan districts. While it's hard to imagine the city would sanction building on neighborhood or community parks that contain playgrounds, ball fields, or other amenities, the nearly 420 acres at the dog park are vulnerable to a developer coming to this or any future city council with an enticing development plan. The PRL has allowed off-leash dog use for 24 years, and it has marketed cycling use for 8 years since it built the Greenway Trail. 89.8% of respondents to a recent PRL survey stated they wanted no changes to be made to the current off-leash use. In order to protect the 420-acre dog park against future development, satisfy the will of the people, and safeguard this regional economic asset, the Guardians urge the City Council to rezone it to O1 open space, to reclassify it as a regional park, which would conform to the classification of Westminster's two other regional recreational destinations, which are City Park and Stanley Lake Regional Park, and rename it the Westminster Hills Open Space Off-Leash Dog Park and officially affirm off-leash dog use. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Laura Knobik. Welcome.
Okay, hi, my name is Laura Knopkin. I've lived down the street from the Westminster Hills Dog Park for about 8 years now, and I've been helping the Guardians research and brainstorm solutions to the environmental concerns surrounding the dog park. So hopefully I can offer some helpful insight and perspective tonight. So according to the current State Wildlife Action Plan, which was published in 2015 by Colorado Parks and Wildlife, there are nearly 12 million acres of shortgrass prairie in the state. The plan identifies that the minimum size of a patch for a shortgrass prairie to be considered viable as an ecological system at the landscape scale is 50,000 acres. In comparison, the Westminster Hills open space consists of only 1,000 acres and is fragmented by residential and commercial development. So in addition to size and scale, habitat fragmentation is also an important consideration in the viability of an ecosystem. Isolated areas are unable to function as they would naturally, and this appears to apply to the Westminster Hills, in particular the eastern dog park side, which is bordered on 3 sides by 2 busy roads, 3 housing developments, and an airport. The current conservation plan for grassland species in Colorado largely focuses on conservation efforts in the millions of acres of shortgrass prairie present in eastern Colorado. This plan includes a section addressing habitat management along the Front Range, which I included in the packet, and explains that the fragmentation of the shortgrass prairie habitat in areas of increasing urban growth along the Front Range do not support an intact shortgrass prairie ecosystem. So while we absolutely have a duty to take care of the land and to do our part in habitat conservation, it is my understanding that we simply do not have the scale and that the fragmented nature of the open space limits the viability of a fully functional prairie ecosystem. So the ERO report from the consultant referenced a buffer zone of 75 meters, which is about 250 feet for most grassland species of birds. So the Guardians measured the current distance of trails the distance between trails, which is also in the packet. And it does show that there are significant portions of land existing between the trails already. So the 2010 Westminster Management Plan for Open Space identifies the black-tailed prairie dog as a potential conflict species and notes that feeding and burrowing cause devegetation, which in turn causes an increase in noxious weeds as native plants are destroyed. So I find it disingenuous to blame the domestic dogs for the spread of noxious weeds. As you can see in the in the packet, the City of Westminster Open Space Plan F Shortgrass Prairie System has 2 photos that show the devastating effects that happened when there was a high density of prairie dogs on the land back in 2009. So I think it's disingenuous to blame the dogs for that when it was actually an unchecked population of prairie dogs. So similarly, the Ecology was originally blamed on the dogs, but come to find out, it came more likely from the water that passes through grazing fields and leach fields before getting to the park. So we've noted that there's already signs posted throughout the park that warn visitors of the presence of rattlesnakes as well as potential harmful algae. So it seems to me that we could address the issue of E. coli in the water just by posting a simple sign like the ones that we already have there about snakes and algae. So the profound negativity that's been coming out of PRL and the CAT is alarming to me. Sentiments like trash cans and community cleanup days won't work leads me to doubt that a serious proposal will come out on June 3rd. So I think that we need to demand a higher standard and that statements are backed up with research. So for example, regarding this idea that there's nothing we can do about the dog waste and that trash cans won't work, there was a 2021 paper assessing the effectiveness of the There Is No Poop Fairy campaign that found that 50% of survey respondents reported that seeing the sign caused an increase in frequency with which they picked up after their dog. And that's just from posting a very simple sign. And then similarly, there was a 2017 study of dog waste for Leave No Trace in Boulder Open Space, and they found that visitors reported that the infrequent number of pet waste stations made them less likely to pick up and dispose of their dog's waste. So, I mean, it just seems logical to me that people are going to use the trash cans if they're there. And then really quick, similarly, regarding the grass, I've just noticed that along Sim Street, where people used to legally park, the grass is already starting to regrow there just from having flags blocking the area off, as well as on the Hunter's side next to the concrete bike trail where it was fenced off. So for every one of the challenges we face, we have countless potential solutions. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cindy Stout. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cindy Stout. I'm a member of the Dog Park Guardians. To wrap up our first 3 speakers, you can sense increasing frustration in our group with the need to bring information to you every meeting regarding the Who's Dog Park. At every turn, it seems we're met with a new roadblock, changing information or revised schedule put out by PRL. This chess game we've found ourselves in touches every subject we've talked here about tonight and many more we haven't talked about. However, we have committed to following the process established for this project, and we will see it through to the end. That said, the only clarification I'd like to ask for tonight is regarding PRL's ever-fluctuating schedule of when this decision finally reaches your dais. I gave you a handout, just go through that for a brief history. November 2023 was the first public meeting held with a proposed change to the off-leash area expected May of 2024. Then on March 6th, PRL hosted a public meeting and the director announced the formation of the CAT, delaying any dog park changes to June of 2024. He also stated very specifically that the city council would have the final say on the decision. April 3rd, according to CAT team members at that CAT meeting, it was reiterated by the director that city council would have the final decision. Then on April 15th, at council's study session, Mr. Freitag relayed the following schedule. CAT meetings would be finished by mid-May. CAT proposal is scheduled for Council's June 3rd study session to be discussed and possibly revised by Council that night. PRL assumed Council would request another public meeting expected to be scheduled mid-June. I would recommend getting a bigger room for that meeting. And finally, assuming there are no major issues from the public meeting, the proposal would be returned to Council, quote, for some kind of decision or action item by the end of June. The last time you meet in June is June 24th, and an agenda item was added regarding a decision on the Who's Dog Park. Imagine our confusion and frustration last week in finding a change on Council's long-term calendar that does two things. The City Council agenda item on June 24th was removed, and then a study session agenda item on July 15th was added. This change raises a lot of red flags. It continues the apparent lack of transparency and frustrating chess game we have to play with staff. Can someone please clarify why the decision has been taken out of Council's hands and moved to a study session date in July where no votes are allowed? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Heidi McDonald.
Welcome.
Hello. I'm actually not prepared to speak. I just showed up last minute, but I am a community member. I live near the park. I do go to the park every day with my dogs, so I do have a vested interest in hearing what's going on. You know, it brings me joy and my dogs joy to be able to go there every day and have them run free. I am concerned with what I'm hearing, the lack of transparency and also lack of solutions. And you know, if there's not going to be a will of the people, you know, for us to keep it how we want it, you know, I'm afraid about, you know, what kind of consequences there are going to be. So I hope we can come up with some solutions. And yeah, I don't want any changes, and I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of people that they don't want any changes either. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Linda Bova.
Welcome.
Good evening. I just want to inform the City Council and PRL that we discovered that on Apple Maps has 2 Westminster Dog Park sites listed. The first one is Westminster Hills Dog Park. This one says that the dog park is permanently closed. Then if you do a search for Westminster Hills Off-Leash Dog Park, it's not closed, but this one says that the dog park is closed on Saturday and Sunday and only open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Obviously, both of these are wrong. They're not correct. And so I'm asking for PRL to have some staff member look into this and correct the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Luis Corchado.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Luis Corchado, phone number 303-618-2686. Maybe somebody will use it to call me. But I'm here to talk about a topic that's been very important for me for a long time: voting power through ward districts or redistricting. I have been directly involved in redistricting for 4 census cycles, 1990 onward, state and federal court. So my record speaks for itself that this is an important issue. I sent the previous council an email for the last state redistricting to please speak in favor of, you might disagree, Westminster staying whole and being a power voting block in the federal district. I never got a response. I testified myself on behalf of Westminster to stay whole. Now we have to live with a Thornton representative or a Weld County representative for the next 10 years, and not a Westminster representative for us, because we're that big. I wrote a letter to this council about some important issues for redistricting, or ward districting, I should say, and I did get some responses. The most important thing that I would like to see happen sooner than later, and I don't know if you've started it, I know you talked about it in March, is community engagement. I know that Councillor DeMott, Councillor Ireland, and a few others have specifically spoken about that recently, probably others in the past. That's the most important part of this whole thing. Respectfully, it's not council's wishes that's the most important part, as you know. It's what do we want to live with? How many councilors from at large? How many from specific wards? And I know you all are residents as well, so it's what you want to live with. But I'm hoping folks behind me get together and start talking about this. This voting power is so huge in districting. It's huge. But I want to also hit a few initial points, meaning I may be back. First of all, I agree with Pam Anderson that 2024 is way too early to put something before the voters. This is too complex, too important of a moment for Westminster to put this on a ballot in 2024. I also agree with her and many others that population is number one, equal population distribution. You will hear people say several numbers about what cities can or cannot do with respect to what's called deviation. Deviation means if you figure out what the perfect district is, 30,000 or whatever it is, and you figure out, and you look at the one that goes above that, the highest, and below it, the lowest, that gap is the deviation. You will hear people say that cities can have a 10% deviation, and that's what they'll shoot for. That, in my view, is the wrong question and the wrong focus. It should be on equal distribution as close as possible. The state allows a 5% deviation for a long time. The federal government used to allow 1%, but the last cycle, they actually said a deviation of 1 person is what they're looking for. 1 person. A little extreme, because people move every day. So one day you might have 1 person, the next day it's 30. But in the end, I would argue that you do adopt a 5% deviation as a reasonable marker for your districts. I think that's a fair number to shoot for. In the end, I am looking for a process that increases empowerment, accountability, and diversity. A plan that has 8 districts, 2 per district, and 1 mayor guarantees empowerment for wards. A plan that has 3 members for 3 districts and 3 at large and 1 mayor at large virtually creates a system of failing to empower people, because you may have 5 or 4 people living in the same geographical area on that last plan. And I'm not saying you're advocating that. There's talk of at large. At large, to me, is a risk of dilution of power for the various wards that will be created. So I thank you for your time, and like I said, I may be back again.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Lampo. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. I'm here again to lift up Westminster in prayer. These are incredible times. They are horrific times as well. Anytime there's loss of life, it is horrific. No matter what transpires, though, God is always in control. So please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' precious name, we invite you here to Westminster. You are welcome here, and we need you in all aspects of our life. You're the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. No one is before you. Please walk with us and guide us wherever we go. Keep us from harm and direct our ways. Your victory is assured, although the battle continues on around us. You are sovereign, and no one can challenge you. In Jeremiah 32:17 it states, O Lord God, you yourself made the heavens and the earth by your great power and with your outstretched arm. Nothing is too difficult for you. Because nothing is too difficult for you, don't let us succumb to the influence of our enemy. Keep us on the straight and narrow path, open our eyes, and show us your truth. Father, you are the Prince of Peace. In Isaiah 9:6 it proclaims, For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulder. And his name will be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Bring peace to Westminster. Bring peace to the people that call Westminster home. Bring peace to our families, our finances, and our jobs. Conquer any attacks we are under and give us peace. Bring peace to lifelong struggles, squabbles we may have with neighbors, government, or family members. Crush the enemy and his attacks and give us your peace. Bring peace to every aspect of our lives. Bring your peace and let us rejoice. Times change quickly. Life is moving quickly. The tests and trials are heating up and coming quicker. The Hamans and the Pharaohs of today have prepared evil for us. Prepare us for what is coming. Settle our hearts on you. In your word in James 1:2-4 it states, Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. Reveal your truth, open our eyes, and when trials come our way, let us trust in you and persevere, so that we may be mature and complete in you. In your victorious name we pray. Amen. Thank you, and you guys have a nice night.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Palmer. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll give you just a minute for those to go around. First off, I'll start off by saying I'm not going to talk about the dog park. However, I would like to talk about a few of the items on tonight's agenda. One of them being on the consent agenda, item A. I applaud these people and what they're trying to do down there on Wilson, and the simple fact that they're not standing in front of you or this city begging for a handout of money. Which brings us to our next comments under old business, item A and item B. Basically, the handout you got was in this week's Westminster window, Bill Christopher. Okay, I know you all got a copy, but I made this easy for you. It talks about the expenditure of the $1.78 million that you're giving away. And I say giving away, I don't know if that's the right term. You're not collecting as you should per code written in the city code. You're taking away from the taxpayers $1.78 million. That breaks down in construction taxes to the point of $1,100,000, building permit fees, $270,000, the park fees, $391,000, public arts fees, $19,440. Now, let's move on down to B, the other property down on 71st Avenue. There again, we're giving away another $1.76 million you're taking away from the taxpayers by approving this. It breaks down to construction taxes of $481 million. That brings construction taxes on both projects to $1.58 million. Building permit fees on 71st, $163,000. Combined between the two, that's $433,000. Park fees, 71st is $118,000. That brings a net of the two to $409,000. Public art fees for the 71st Avenue, $3,600. That brings a total of $23,000. So if you take all of these giveaways, as we'll call them, or non-collectings, between the two, that's $2.54 million of the taxpayers' right money that you're not collecting, as dictated by city code. Now, what I find even more interesting is that the Uplands project that you're allowing $1.78 million, that's for 247 units. Kind of might sound reasonable. But then you look at the 71st Avenue project. You want to allow them $1.76 million for 71 units? There doesn't seem to be an equality there. It's not equal. Furthermore, it shouldn't happen. Why are you not collecting the fees as dictated by our code? You're taking away from the public in art fees, in park fees, and who's going to make up the difference on these building and permit and construction tax fees? Where does that money come from? Bill Christopher pretty much hits it on the head here if you'll take a minute and read the whole article that I've highlighted for you. You guys should vote no on this. This is the people's money that you're not collecting that you should be per our city code. If you're not going to follow our city code, why do we even have one? Good question, isn't it? I mean, you're continually giving things away and not collecting per our city code. That's the taxpayer and citizen money that you're not taking responsible care of. That needs to change, seriously and quick. You know, elections are coming up here, not immediately, but elections are coming up. And people have a long memory when it comes to things like this. You know, you're wasting our taxpayer dollars here. You have a responsibility to collect the fees prescribed by our city code, not waive them for some big developer that's not a nonprofit. These people are for-profit corporations taking advantage of you, taking advantage of me, and taking advantage of these people back here. Imagine what we could do with park money to help your dog park if we collect this $409,000. Good question, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lloyd Mills. Welcome.
Hello, council members, everyone. This is just a personal anecdotal. I'm here for the dog park. And I apologize, I actually had a migraine before I got here, so I'm a little bit off my game. But it was important enough that I just felt I needed to come in. So I've got, oh, yeah, apologies. I have two dogs. They're both rescues. And I've had some health issues of my own over the last few years that have prevented me from really fully engaging in a good physical training for the two. And something that has helped immensely has been being able to take them to a place where the humor of this actually is not escaping me. That watching them run, watching them just be able to go and just run and chase each other and be it's something that physically, if I would have them on leash in a neighborhood, I wouldn't be physically standing in front of you now. My knees, my low back wouldn't be able to handle it. So being able to take them there and have them do that, and they have actually gotten better interacting with other dogs as well. They've been able to socialize a little better. They've been able to get a lot of their energy out. And so it has been an enormous help. And so it is also a little frustrating to see that, over the last several decades, I've observed that, some of the easiest ways for government that is ideally representative of the people, for the people, the easiest ways to kill that is through apathy, bureaucracy, and obfuscation. And I see all of that happening here when I listen even from the previous meetings and listening to the information we've gathered with the Westy group. It's amazing how simple and direct so much of the information really is when you look at it in presentation. And that yet when you hear this simple failure of coming through with clear, direct, actionable objectives. That really is a lovely way to kill citizen hopes, to really crush any progress in maintaining what we really need to be healthy. And our culture right now is besieged by horrible things. Genocide and brutality. And so here we have this place where so many people can go with their animals that are the best parts of their lives. And we have that. And yet, we're so close to throwing it away. And I don't understand why. Because this is something that could be not just redemptive, but a fulfillment of personal and social hope. So thank you for your patience and listening.
Thank you. That's the last speaker. City Manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. Some things to update you on very quickly. So first of all, city update. I shared with this council this information earlier last week, but wanted to share it publicly. And that is that we have a new business that will be opening across the street called King Buffet. This is retail space located next to the Hobby Lobby in the Westfield Shopping Center. I guess originally, once there was a Whole Foods store there until 2014. Building's been vacant since then. And so we're very, very excited to have this new development come to our community. The restaurant will serve Asian cuisine, including Chinese, Mongolian, sushi, etc. More information is available if you go to the website listed below, kingbuffetcolorado.com. And so a nice addition to our community. Next slide, please. In the column of Westy Wins, the city partnered with Trimble, one of our esteemed businesses here in the community, they reached out to our city's forestry department and asked if they could do a project with us, and forestry absolutely was happy to accommodate. But together they planted 15 trees at Cobblestone Park Friday, April 26th. The folks from Trimble that participated were members of their green team, which promotes sustainability within the corporation. They contributed $2,000 towards purchasing the trees, and then their staff joined our forestry staff, and they volunteered their time to plant them alongside with our team. And so this continues to improve our urban canopy across the community and to ensure that it's equitably distributed. And so definitely a Westy win. Next slide. Some things to know, Inclusivity Board goes this Wednesday, May 8th, 6 to 7:30 p.m. It's a hybrid meeting, and it's either on location in the CMO conference room or conducted via Teams. Youth Advisory Panel also this Wednesday, 6 to 7:30 p.m. That's downstairs in the multi-purpose room. City Council Town Hall, that's a big deal. That's the budget and funding priorities. So council will be there to solicit from the community ideas for our 2025 budget. That's Thursday, May 9th, 6 to 8 p.m. At City Park Rec. We've got the Parks Rec Libraries and Open Space Advisory Board meeting currently scheduled for Thursday, May 9th from 6 to 8 p.m. That's downstairs in the multipurpose room. And then our next City Council meeting is Monday, May 13th, right here in Council Chambers beginning at 6:30. And again, that's a council meeting like tonight because we lost the fourth meeting Monday. Next slide. Information-only items this evening, we included the 2023 Sustainability Report. Next slide. Happy to answer any questions on that. And as always, want to be accessible, responsive, transparent, and accountable. Folks can contact me at the phone number listed, 658-2006. Email me directly at mfreitag@westminsterco.gov. You can certainly follow us on Facebook. You can check us out on Instagram or X, or ring our bell at Nextdoor. Pending any questions, that's all I have this evening.
Any questions? Councilor Asadi?
Thank you, Mayor. The only question I have is related to, and it's just rolled into my comments, but do we have a response to the Guardians and what's going on with the CAT group and the timing changes and all of that? That's very concerning.
Yeah, if I could, most of what Ms. Stout provided reference a timeline was accurate. We did have our first open space meeting for the Westminster Hills open space back in November, early November of last year. If you remember, I shared with the council, very, very poor turnout. I think there were 14 people there, and we recognized, we didn't get this targeted to the right people. So we rescheduled, and we had a meeting in late January. It was a Saturday meeting from 1 to 3, and had, several hundred people show up. And so we were like, okay, good. We've reached the right group. We then, hosted surveys, I think, at that time. But then the next meeting was scheduled for that March 6th, as she mentioned. As we looked at the calendar, although we wanted to try and be done by May, as briefed during that meeting, we recognized with a short schedule during the month of May and other competing items during the month of May that really, realistically, this could only be done in June. And so I just confirmed that what was listed on my agenda sheet for the next 2.5 months is accurately posted on our city 6-month website, and that's exactly as presented. So June 3rd, we'll come to the council with recommended action items, if you will, on the way forward. As I spoke to on April 15th, I think the council, based upon my time here, we'll present that to you, and you'll probably ask us to go back out one more time to the community, which we expect to do in the middle of June. And then again, both on my paper and on the website today, on June 24th, the title is listed as under public hearings and other new business, approval of Westminster Hills Open Space Management Plan recommended actions. And so That's what we've been pitching because we want to make sure that we get this done. And I think the mention of items in July might have gotten a little confused, but we had originally in March scheduled a discussion and presentation to the council in executive session and then a follow-on in open session about our basic open space management plan, not just Westminster Hills and the dog park, but the greater program, all 2,000, almost 3,000 plus acres. And that's scheduled right now on July 1st. There's an overview of the acquisition plan for additional open space parks and trails per the city's strategic plan. And it's both an executive session because there's things, if you will, deciding which properties to identify and to go after for purchase, and then a conversation about the entire plan. But that right now is scheduled for July 1st. And that one, again, was originally scheduled for March, but because of Westminster Hills open space, we pushed that to afterwards. And if for some reason Westminster Hills open space continues to slide to the right, that one would obviously slide beyond because it doesn't make a lot of sense to talk about that until we solve that problem. So from a timing perspective, that's the schedule. The criticisms of the CAT, I certainly don't go to the CAT. Our deputy city manager attends the CAT, the mayor attends the CAT, Parks, Rec, and Libraries director attend the CAT. And I think, frankly, as the city manager, I think that was the right decision for us to do. I'm very disappointed, frankly, that our guardian friends continue to attack the people and the process instead of rolling up their sleeves and let's find solutions. And so, I'm very excited about finding those solutions. And I would really like to see something that comes out of the CAT that is thoughtful, looks at dog. And remember, the guardians are one aspect of that committee or that advisory team. And so we have folks that are supportive of the dogs. We have folks that live in the surrounding areas that aren't necessarily overly excited about it. We've got bike representatives. We've got open space folks from Jefferson County that this is part of their area of expertise, and so on. And so I think that there are a lot of voices that participate in the CAT. I look forward to seeing what the CAT provides back to the city. But frankly, I think we got to just let the process continue, make sure all voices are heard, and then come back to the council, pitch what the CAT has come up with as a collective body representing those various interests, and then ask the council, where would you like to go from here?
Is this week's meeting, is that the final one?
Right now, it is scheduled as the final one. If for some reason they can't come to a recommended way forward, then obviously they'll come back and say, we can't figure this out, or we're not ready yet.
So from everything that, at least from my perspective, I've heard reports from our mayor, reports from the residents. They haven't really gotten to the meat, right? Mm-hmm. They haven't had that discussion yet, and it's been several meetings. In my opinion, I would like to suggest that we don't need to rush this. I don't think we need to see it June 3rd, honestly. If you need more time, I think it feels like there's a lot more meetings needed than one. And I think you should postpone as your default, because I don't want to see a set of recommendations on June 3rd that hasn't been fully inclusive of all the discussions that were supposed to be had by now. So is that a possibility that you can just add a lot more meetings? So this sounds like one is not going to do it.
Yeah, and I don't know. Again, I'm not a member of the CAT. I'm waiting to hear the results of the CAT. They'll meet tomorrow. Tomorrow, right? Yeah. And so they'll meet tomorrow, and we'll see what they come up with. And if they come back and the recommendation from the deputy city manager and Parks and Rec and Libraries department director, is that we need to shift this to the right and continue to have meetings, then we can certainly do that. But, again, the intent was, let's get together, let's roll up our sleeves, let's get all the various user groups represented on that CAT, let's hear their information, and let's problem solve together. And that's still what I'm expecting to happen, but I'm not quite sure we're there yet. So to your point, if we don't have good results out of tomorrow's meeting, then certainly we may end up having to shift to the right. Don't want to do that, but that may be our only recourse.
And just a quick comment, respectfully to both sides, right? You have staff and you have the residents. I think from a staff standpoint, we have staff who are trying their best to figure out what to do here. And I think they may feel rushed by the current timeline, which is why I suggest let's add a ton more meetings because we shouldn't rush this. But on the other side, I think residents, the guardians and all the residents, you have been some of the most positive voices in this. I've noticed, I think we've all noticed, it's been a very positive experience. We have a lot of topics that we talk about up here, and sometimes the public comments and the various input that we get is not very positive or constructive. You guys have been super constructive and positive, so I don't agree on the personal attack angle. Respectfully, Freetag, I think they've been super positive and very patient, and there's been a lot of meetings that they've had, and they are feeling frustrated right now because it sounds like, at least from my perspective, the meat hasn't been discussed yet, and there's a last meeting tomorrow, so they're probably feeling a lot of anxiety that they won't be able to get the real discussions in one meeting. So thank you all for your continuous advocacy on this. It's working, it's helping. We are getting informed. It really does inform us when you come up here and tell us things. So don't stop and just keep the hope. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, could I just follow up?
Sure.
My attack was certainly not intended to be a personal attack on the Guardians. That was not the intent. My comment is that the Guardians have come here and personally attacked Parks Rec and Library Director Herrera Mishler, and I said that's unfortunate and inappropriate, and that's part of the record. We can go back and pull those up and date, provide dates and time sequencing on the videos, but I just don't find the personal attacks against the guy who's been charged with trying to figure this stuff out and put it all together to be helpful to the process. And so I just wanted to point that out, and I hope that the Guardians, respect that and understand that it's, Mr. Herrera Mishler has been given a task, and he's trying to execute that task to the best of his ability. I've certainly given him wide latitude to coordinate that, but I think that a little bit of diligence and a little bit of let's try and problem solve while we're in the CAT meeting would be helpful. And so I remain optimistic that tomorrow is going to be a good meeting. I remain optimistic that I'm going to be able to bring to the council a recommendation that's supported by the CAT on June 3rd, and that we'll be able to have an open meeting with the public, call it mid-June, kind of discuss those things and bring something back to the council by the end of June so that we can get going and move forward and continue on with all of these other things that are on our schedule. So, my intent was not to attack anyone personally, but I am sensitive to the comments that have been made specifically about Mr. Herrera Mishler. Thank you.
Councilor Demott.
Thank you. I appreciate certainly not wanting to see staff personally attacked. I guess what I would take exception to, city manager, is the term that they should roll up their sleeve. I've seen a group of people here who have both reached out to me, and I'm sure other members who said, what can we do? How can we come up with solutions? And every week they come up with more data and more solutions and more examples of what they're frustrated with. So I certainly will not condone personal attacks, which if I missed it, I didn't hear any this evening. But I have heard from both tonight and outside of the folks here tonight that there is some problems going on in that specific CAT. I've heard, that's not the first time I've heard that there isn't control over that group from the facilitator, and so that's troubling to me when I look at the specifics of where we've heard they are. I haven't went to the meetings either. I'm not the CAT member, but it certainly sounds like they're not making the kind of progress that we'd want, and maybe that does, to Councilor Zotti's point, mean that maybe we need more time. because it does seem to me like they've been trying to bring their part to it, and I'm sure that staff is trying to do the same. So I hope that continues, and I hope we give them time. And if there is a facilitator problem, let's get the right person in, and it might not be the facilitator. Maybe it's just not the right fit. There certainly is that, and a variety of different meetings and stuff where it's just maybe sometimes not the right fit. So hopefully we can take that feedback back. I see the Parks Director back there, and I'm sure he's listening and taking notes. So hopefully tomorrow's meeting will be a little bit better, and calmer heads will prevail, and we find a good solution for the community.
Mayor Pro Tem?
This morning I was on the chamber, I don't know what we would call it, Facebook cast or whatever, podcast, and for Westminster Chamber. And one of the things that came up was just our overall parks vision and plan and master plan that we're working on. And we have set goals and a vision overall for the city that focuses in on creating community. And for me, one of and what I commented in the podcast too, was that the parks vision and what we do with our parks is really the foundation for how we all can connect with one another and with our environment and with nature. And that's so important to any community. That's really just the heartbeat of our community, and connections go beyond just our parks, but it's traveling down trails and trying to get on transit and all these things that connect us to our jobs but most importantly, it's to one another. We are really we encourage each other, we form relationships, and that social network is such an important part of our lives and our success as a community. So I really want to emphasize that, and just meeting after meeting, this is what we hear that the role really of this park is, and the place that it has created, whether we intended it to or not, right? But this is what it is. And I think we need to, I think somebody mentioned earlier, having some really clear goals and foundational vision for what we want to retain here. And that should help guide us in the conversation that we have with one another. I totally recognize that there are other interests and concerns that we need to address on the CAT. I would say, one, we know we have issues, so we need to just calibrate, whether that's time, facilitation. We don't have buy-in. And cats are new for us in the city. So I want to give everybody grace here that there's no rule book for it, that essentially or maybe there is a rule book for cats, but for these kinds of advisory committees. But it's new for us, and it's a very complex issue that we're trying to tackle. So I do want to give ourselves and staff grace, and even the facilitator grace. Perhaps what we could do with this CAT, because for me, success from the CAT means that we have buy-in. And in terms of that buy-in being expressed, it would be nice to have a recommendation that comes from the CAT, that the CAT actually is able to say, yes, we recommend this path forward to the council. And that means that there would be some type of vote of the CAT members. And that does set some additional pressure on that decision, that you all have to vote for it and move it forward. And maybe that's some way to, again, get to the point of how do we show buy-in. So, that's where I'd like to see it go. And I certainly agree with my fellow counselors that it's definitely not ripe enough for June 3rd. So please take some of the pressure off of staff and just really think about how do we move forward in a way where people are able to get through. I've heard from the mayor that, there's so many topics that frustratingly haven't been addressed, and let's just take the time.
Councillor Ireland.
So I'm taking a little different take on this. I'm listening to all of you. I've listened to you for weeks. You mentioned a survey. Our city keeps doing surveys, and I don't know what they do with the surveys, but 80% of you, the public that have been surveyed, that answered the survey, want to keep the park. So I don't understand this whole CAT system and how everyone gets an equal voice at the table, because 80% that responded to this survey want to keep the park. So that's why I have a problem with the CAT, and I think that's why these people have a problem with the CAT, because it's not equally weighted. Why do we do surveys if we're not listening to the surveys? And that's what I have frustration with surveys and that's why these people have a lack of transparency feeling, is because we do surveys and then we don't listen to the surveys. So what's the point of the survey? That's number one problem. We shouldn't have done a survey if this is the way we were going to come up with the answer anyway. So that's just my take. I'm listening to all of you. I was a water warrior. I know where you stand as far as frustration and transparency with city and bureaucracy. I'm not criticizing anyone here, but I have felt it myself, and I know where you're at. So just to let you know, I'm for the people, okay? Thanks.
Councillor Carmelia.
Thank you. I'd like to start just with a quick positive note in response to the manager's report, which is that I'm really excited about the Asian food buffet. Quick deviation. I will be there. I'd also like to respond to the gentleman who came up talking about the ward system. Thank you for bringing that up. That is very much top of mind for us, and I am excited to hear some experts. I think that we'll be having study sessions in the future, I hope, on this idea, and I know that we'll definitely be involving the community. But to get clarification for both myself and the city, what are our next steps, City Manager, regarding the ward system?
Yes, Councillor, thanks for the question. So this past Friday, our city staff met with our consultant to just kind of work through where we're going to go with this. And so out of that meeting from Friday, we've got scheduled for the 5/13 meeting, that's next Monday, is a first reading for the formation of an ad hoc committee to advise City Council on ward formation. We're going to ask the mayor to call a special meeting in conjunction with the study session on 5/20, but a special meeting strictly to do the second reading and approval of that bill. And that then gets us going with a citizen committee, which then can hold working groups and sessions with the public, and so that we can move forward. Again, as our consultant recommended when we met about this topic, I think it was the end of March, was that this she believes that this is certainly doable for the November election, but we need to get that committee started, and so that's really why we're putting that on the agenda for next Monday night, and then ask for a special session on May 20th in advance of our study session to codify or solidify that ad hoc committee.
And how will residents be chosen to be on that committee?
City Clerk, did you guys talk about that process? I wasn't privy to that.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. The committee will be appointed by City Council. I don't know that we've defined the steps clearly, but they will be your appointees.
Understood. Thank you. I hope that gentleman comes back and is willing to be a part of that committee. And then moving on to the land, I did have a question around the dog park discussion. The zoning piece of this, is that land zoned as PUD?
Honestly, don't know if it is, but I see Mr. McConnell's in the back, so we'll ask him to come forward and speak to the land use.
Welcome.
Thank you. John McConnell, Interim Planning Manager. Yes, the property is zoned PUD. As with all PUDs are required to have preliminary development plans. This one had an approved preliminary development plan. Excuse me.
Deep breath.
Sorry. Deep breath. Thank you. This one had an approved preliminary development plan back in 1983 when it was in private ownership. And so it changed hands. The city became the owner of it. And of course that PDP has expired a long time ago. So it's zoned PUD, but it doesn't have an entitlement.
Okay.
Hope that helps.
It sounds like this is something we need to address, and I'm not sure how that would be done, but I'm looking for guidance here. Obviously, we'll have to probably see the results of the Who's Cat first, I think.
And as I mentioned during our April 15th, and Mr. McConnell, if you'd stay up here if there are any more detailed questions about land use and things like that. But during that meeting on April 15th, you know, some of those authorities and the authority to manage and to identify the land use for that, we talked about the 1,000 acres being open space and a potential, I think it was to Mayor Pro Tem's comment, a potential way forward is to take that 420 acres or so that's currently used as dog park and take off that open space designation and it become parkland. And then those open space management rules aren't necessarily restraining or constricting to how that's used. And so that's one solution. I'm not trying to push the cat into that direction, but that's an example that we spoke to on April 15th. I may have used the wrong terminology or words there, but I think you got the intent that I just explained. Could you verify that that is correct?
I believe so. So if the zoning can be changed by the city council at will, and of course the city is not obliged to, is not subject to a zoning ordinance. And so, but the city can easily change the zoning to that. The city council can change the comprehensive plan designation if it chooses, and we can help you with that.
I think that answers my question. Thank you so much. And then I hope that that will be part of what comes with the recommendation from the Who's Cat, that is included, that those recommendations around zoning are included in the final presentation that we get.
Attorney Frankel?
Yeah, if I could just add, question for Mr. McConnell. So I think there was concern in the speaker's comments about somehow development occurring on open space. So I would like to just clarify for all in the room here that if these lands were acquired with Jefferson County open space funds, they can never be developed. Isn't that your understanding, Mr. McConnell?
That's always been my understanding from our open space staff.
Yeah, so there's protection of open space when it's funded through Jefferson County. There are deed restrictions, reverters in the deeds, so that the land won't be developed if there's a concern from anyone's part that this land somehow is going to be subject to development. I don't think that's an option. Now, whether the expired PDP and the PUD zoning are, of concern, I think probably more relevant in our city is the comp plan designation, because we have mandatory comp plan compliance. So this land, I assume under the comp plan, has a designation of something like open space.
It does have a designation. I don't know what that designation is without looking it up. So it's either going to be open space or park or something like that.
Okay.
Could somebody send us an email by sometime tomorrow so we have that?
I could research that while you conduct your business, and I can return that to the city manager.
Thank you. And then final thought on this topic is it sounds like we need some information updated on the website for our open space Dog Hills Park. So what would it take to make that happen?
Just letting us know about it, and we'll go back. I think there are, I forgot how many pages for, I don't see our IT director, but there's an ungodly number of pages on our website. We've talked about this before. We're trying to shrink it down to 300 pages from, I think it's 2,000 or more. And so, there are things out there that, frankly, don't get looked at as often as they should. So if there's something wrong on there, all someone has to do is let us know, and we'll go to it and get it fixed. And so based upon the residents' comments tonight, we can certainly get that cleaned up.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
The clarification is that it was from Apple webpage or Apple Maps. We don't control Apple Maps, so we can reach out to them and ask them to clean that up. I'm not sure where they pull that information from, but we can run that to ground.
Thank you.
You can, like, the way that you do it with Apple Maps is you have to register that you're in control of it, and then you can control it. So that may be something staff should look into.
Councillor Hott?
Yes. Thank you all for coming tonight. I am very disappointed to hear that folks on the CAT are feeling deflated and unheard. One of the reasons why we wanted to have this CAT is because the community did want to be so engaged, and so we wanted to provide you a forum so your voices could be heard, and so it's very disappointing. I'm always trying to get people involved in local government, our kids, adults, and if you get involved hoping to make some change and then you feel deflated by the process, that's disappointing. I feel like I've been looking forward to what the CAT was going to bring forward, because I really wanted to hear from the community, and I've really not spoken much on how I think the park should be, because I want to hear from the community. And something that I wrote, and another frustration is that something that I had wrote down when you were speaking is that you've been bringing us solutions at every meeting for months. And it's clear how important this park is to you, because I hear people who are willing to pick up the dog poop, who are willing to plant, help plant native species plants. I think that there are ways that we can figure out how to be good neighbors to the community that's impacted. I think there are ways that we can all coexist respectfully, including land management. And it seems like it's so important to you. You come to us every meeting with more and more ideas on how we can accomplish that. And so of all the things that we have to make decisions on city council, this really seems like the least, in my opinion, the least difficult to come up with solutions. I mean, we've got some real, big things, on our plate, and so I don't understand why we can't find ways to be good neighbors, but also good land management while also keeping the dog park. Another thing I have not shared yet is I have a 7-pound Chihuahua Pomeranian mix. She is my baby. And while I don't take her to the dog park, I do the on leash to Stanley Lake. My son takes her about twice a week. And when she comes home, she has the biggest dog smile on her face. She can't keep her tongue in her mouth. And she wants to tell me all about what they did when they come home. So she does zoomies and runs around in circles and tells me what a great time that she had. And so at our home, we do use the dog park. And my dog loves it. And my son loves it. I just would really like to see a way where everybody who has concerns those concerns can be addressed, whether it's, parking or permitted parking in certain neighborhoods, or, whatever the solution is. I don't think that we are without solutions. And so I guess the question becomes, with the Who's Cat, if you need more meetings. I learned something new tonight about zoning. I'm sure that's something that you, some of you may have known, some of you may have learned. But I really think that there are solutions, and I can see how important it is to you that you're willing to participate in what those solutions may be. And so thank you for coming. And I don't want you to feel like you're not heard. You are heard, but as somebody who has to make this decision, I don't know what's appropriate for me to share and not to share. But I really felt like I needed to share those things with you, that my dog loves a dog park, and I love my dog. And so thank you. Thank you for not giving up. Thank you for coming week after week. Just thank you. Thank you for being involved. And I hope you continue to stay involved after this, because I think it's so important that the community is involved in local government. So thank you. And let's see. And then some of the questions I have been answered. Can we find out about which parks and open spaces are zoned PUD, so we can look at all of that? Because my understanding is that all of our open space should be protected. And so since I'm hearing that other parks may be zoned PUD too, can we find out which?
Counselor, we can certainly look at that, and find out whether there are any exceptions. But as our planning manager said, that PUD designation, is long since, expired.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not valid. There are no of those pre-existing entitlements to development. And so, from a city perspective, that land is open space and has to be treated as such.
Right.
But we can certainly
I'm curious
do a
if
double
there's
check.
any other parks or open space that is zoned.
Yeah. To my knowledge, no, but we'll have to do a double check
Oh,
on
okay.
that. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Right. I do sit on the Who's and have made every meeting. I send you the notes that I get. I just got some as I was here tonight, so I still have to send those out to you for tomorrow's meeting, and will. Last week, is Drew still here? Drew gave the group, what would you call it? A rough draft of things to think about. And I'm going to ask him, because it's easier than me trying to scan everything and get it out to them. If you would send that out to every counselor and city manager so they have a copy. I'd like them to have everything we have so that they aren't trying to, they can digest some things slowly and surely as we're going through the process, and as I have shared with them what we're doing. So if you would do that, I'd appreciate it. So council, you'll be getting that. I'll tell you, last week, because we do have these 10 items, tonight we were told we've discussed 2. Here's how I take out my nervousness. I crocheted 7 daffodils during that meeting that I need to get done and get into Nantucket. But, and I finally had to just get up and walk for a moment, because it's as if we have an elephant in the room, but we aren't addressing it. And so it feels like we're dancing around this huge thing And that's just me looking at it. I've chosen not to speak at these meetings, which nearly killed me last week. And that's only because I will have a final vote at this dais. But, so I haven't given any of my thoughts or whatever, but I know every time somebody looked up, I had more daffodils sitting there. I had almost a whole bouquet. So I thank you for saying if we need more time, because everybody is speaking. The bike people speak up. The people that don't think we should do anything but close it down and have open space and not have a dog park, they speak up. The people that live around there and have to deal with the parking are very speaking up. And everything's done pretty respectfully, and people are listening to one another, but we haven't drilled down to how is it going to look. And having done facilitation for 20 years, I just don't know how tomorrow night it can get done in 2 hours. Maybe it can, but I like that if we can't, we can keep going, because I think hearts and souls are in this on every level, and I know that, and I want to get to the right answers, not ones that they feel like we're just being pushed and somebody says something here, somebody says something here. The facilitator's writing and says, okay, does everybody agree with this? And we really haven't had the good discussion. Some of the things, if I was able to speak at that meeting, that I will say here, because staff is going to have to answer this if it comes to us, I would say it then. We say that 1 million is too many people. So what is that number? And I know that means then we're looking regional or local. I'm okay to keep it Westminster residents. That's who's paid for this land. That is who deserves to do whatever they decide to do with that land. Regional, I really could care less about, but if that's what they decide to do. But the whole thing comes down to, if 1 million people using this a year is too much, what isn't too much? And how do we need, well, then that gets into some solutions. But we need to know what the number is. What's the number that the land can survive? And I think that's all I have. If that's all on that subject, are there any city council comments? Councilor DeMont.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you all again for coming out tonight. I just have a couple of quick things. One, if you didn't get to attend, Station 5 Firehouse had their open house on Saturday, and it was great. And so I wanted to take a moment to thank all the firefighters and police officers who made that happen for us, as well as the folks who serve in our C-Fire alumni, which, if you don't know what that is, we have a citizen academy, and the folks that sign up and go through that afterwards will volunteer. The mayor herself was serving hamburgers on Saturday. I went to just drop by and say hi, and I ended up serving cookies, and I feel bad watching her work, and I'm just standing there eating. So, but it was a good time, and they ran out of food multiple times, and I just wanted to thank all the first responders who take the time to serve the community in that way after they have a long day of serving the community in our worst times. So it's good to see them out there with smiling faces. So other quick things, I want to thank the Crossing Church for hosting National Day of Prayer here in Westminster. This is the 7th year that I got to participate in that. The mayor was there, and Manager Freitag, as well as some other city leaders and just different community leaders. It was a good opportunity for us to use our freedom of speech and be able to show our faith, and it was just a good event, and I thank them for hosting that yet again. I enjoy being able to participate in that. And then lastly, I host monthly Policy and Pilsner is what I call it. It's over at Cocopelli. It's an opportunity for you to come and sit with me. Often the mayor will come and have root beer while we drink beer. But if you want to come and have a pint, we'll be there on the 16th. And I wanted to make sure I mention it because this is the last time that we'll have a meeting that's a public meeting that's not study session prior to that. So last month I had to cancel because I was out of town on a work trip. So hopefully if you haven't come before, we'll see you this time. Or if you do come, you'll see us there at 6:30 on the 16th.
My comment was going to be similar to Councilor DeMott's, just letting folks know that if you'd like to meet with me or have a one-on-one, I'm available the first and third Saturdays at Zoe's Coffee, 9:30 a.m. Come and have coffee with me. We can chat about whatever it is you'd like. Of course, you can reach out as you usually do one-on-one. Sometimes things come up, so I do recommend shooting me an email beforehand. Make sure we're still on. Because it did get canceled last month for an event. But anyway, first and third Saturdays, I'll be there. I'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Seeing no one else, that brings us to the consent agenda, and I understand we need to pull off item C. So is there a motion to approve items A, B, and D? Mayor or Councilor DeMott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass consent agenda items 8A through B and D.
Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve items 8A, B, and D. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor DeMott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
And Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item C. Councilor DeMott?
Mayor, I was going to ask if I could get a second to table this item and have it brought back to us in a study session. Generally, I don't have a problem with it, but there were some different things that were brought to us over the last, I'd say, 6 months that we had asked to look at. One of being parking downtown, the other being when people park, say, their work trucks or their own personal vehicles behind their own driveway. And I understand that can be difficult, but I think that is a sensical thing that a lot of people do to try not to park their vehicles in front of their neighbor's house. And if it's their own driveway, I hate to see people penalized for that. And so this seems, and I don't recall having a study session on this, so if we did, I apologize. It's been a busy last 12 months. But I would just like a further discussion, so I was curious if we could table this and have it brought back to a study session before we pass it.
Mayor, if I could ask Mr. Otzelberger perhaps could answer some of the questions that were just raised. That way the council can make an informed decision on tabling and bringing this back.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Council, Eric Otzelberger, Operations Manager, Community Services. The last study session the previous council had on parking kind of in an omnibus fashion was July 17th. So to respond, this council has not had a work session on those parking matters, and we would be happy to do that. And just want to emphasize the item this evening is purely housekeeping. And if the decision is to table it, no great shakes. We can do that. We can certainly do a study session, or we can talk through the item this evening. And
Yeah, totally understand. I understand where it is, and I don't generally have a problem with it. I just feel like there were things outstanding that we've asked to talk about that we haven't, and I do think that it's probably some crossover from the last council, but especially considering this council hasn't been able to look at these, I just wanted the opportunity to maybe do that. If we want to do that separately and look at those items, I'm open to that as well. But I wanted to at least pull it off and make a discussion point of it.
Could I recommend that we pass the housekeeping items tonight and then schedule a session to come back and talk parking issues across the city? Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, if we're going to do that, I will pull my ask to table it, and I'll be happy to make a motion on this if we can do that.
And just a quick plug, with City Council's ongoing onboarding, it's very timely. Tomorrow evening is a community services session, and I know City Council has requested to talk about parking and code enforcement, so I'll be there to talk through some of that, but we can certainly come back with a larger kind of universal work session, if you will.
Great.
Councillor Ireland?
Yeah, I appreciate that since Tuesday nights I work, so I would like to know. And I know we talked about downtown making the parking free and all that, so I want us to talk about that, so, because I think it's important to the businesses down there.
Okay, so do I have a motion to pass Resolution 8?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we pass Resolution 8, updating parking violation fine schedule pursuant to 10112K of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Resolution 8. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councillor Demott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councillor Nurmela.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
And Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to appointments. Move to appoint Kurt Alstad to the Metro Water Recovery District. Councillor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to appoint Kurt Alstat to the Metro Water Recovery District Board of Directors with a term of office effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 9A1. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please. Oh, sorry.
I know. I just had a quick question. I know Mr. Alstad has served for quite a while, and I am very glad that he brings the expertise and the local expertise on this. But my question is more focused on succession planning and making sure that we're training somebody up to eventually. We're not pushing him out, but
I'm going to ask Public Works and Utilities Director Knipple to speak to that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, in short, we do need to have a successor at some point. You've got to be a resident of both the Metro District and the City of Westminster and have some subject matter knowledge. So that's a small pool to choose from. But we are looking for other people in the eventuality and when Mr. Alstad steps back. So I don't have a successor plan. I don't have a number 2 right now, but we have a 2-year appointment here, I believe. So we've got some time.
Roll call, please.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
And Councillor Demott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 13. Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh.
You were faster than me.
I was shocked. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 13 on second reading, authorizing the city manager to execute an economic development agreement with 8775 Clay Street, LLLP, which authorizes 100% rebates of permit fees, park development fees, and public art fees, as well as sales and use tax to the city, but specifically excluding from any rebate the 0.25% portion for open space tax and the 0.60% public safety tax on construction materials in an amount not to exceed $1,782,496 for the development of a 247-unit affordable multifamily development located at approximately 8775 Clay Street, known as Overlook at Uplands.
Councilor Demott?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 13. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
No.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor Demott.
Yes.
And Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 14. Councilor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 14 on second reading, authorizing the city manager to execute a development assistance agreement with 3551 West 71st LLC for the development of 75-unit market rate residential building in Westminster Station area in substantially the same form as attached in the agreement.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Councilor's Bill number 14 on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Normella.
Yes.
Councilor Ireland.
No.
Councilor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councilor Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
And Councilor Hott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
It is 9:04, and we will adjourn this meeting and move into our post meeting. We are now May 6th into the post-meeting presentations. First one being City Hall North Lawn Transformation Project.
Yes, and if I could, Mayor, just as follow-up real quick from Mr. McConnell, who did email me back that the Westminster Hills in its entirety is designated open space / creek corridor in the 2040 comprehensive plan. And it was designated as open space in the 2013 plan. So all 1,000 acres are open space from a designation standpoint.
Okay.
Okay, so wanted to follow up with that, but with that, we have two presentations tonight. The first one is City Hall North Lawn Transformation Project. I understand this has been a long time in the works, and so we're pleased to bring this to the council this evening. I'll turn it over to our Parks Rec and Library Director, Mr. Herrera.
Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors, thank you very much. I'm very excited to have this opportunity to present this project this evening. Really, it's plans to convert the City Hall's North Lawn into a really beautiful water-wise landscape. PRL is really proud to be a partner in partnership with the Water Research Foundation's program. It has a very enticing title named Enabling the Large-Scale Replacement of Non-Essential Turf. If that doesn't get your blood pumping, I don't know what will. This is a 2-year initiative. It was launched in July of 2021, most recently. I believe it actually goes back 8 years to the original proposal. It really aims to address water conservation challenges, but also to create a vibrant community space. I've reserved some time for questions and ask that you hold your questions to the end if you don't mind. Westminster was selected as one of the pilot communities alongside with Broomfield and Greeley. We have a memorandum of agreement with WRA that provided the city with technical assistance and program support from a really highly qualified team, including Water Now Alliance, Stream Landscape Architecture, and the University of Colorado, Denver. The collaboration focuses on 3 key areas. Undertaking a community-wide assessment where they identified non-essential turf areas throughout Westminster city limits. They identified some implementation strategies assisting the city in overcoming challenges and developing successful approaches to large-scale turf conversion. And lastly, tonight's topic, which is the case study project, utilizing the North Lawn at City Hall as a model to showcase water-wise practices. I will just point out that we distributed in your packet some illustrations that help to really clarify from a visual perspective what we're proposing. So the initial budget for the project was $1.7 million, and it was allocated from the American Rescue Plan Act. Subsequently, in 2022, on my very first day in the job, with City Council direction, the budget allocation from ARPA funds was revised to $500,000, with the recommendation that additional funding be secured from other sources. So in August of 2022, City Council authorized the post-debt. It's Parks, Open Space and Trails Special Purpose Sales and Use Tax Revenue Note. That's the technical term for our post-debt, which allowed us to secure additional funding from various priority projects, including replacing aging irrigation systems and turf conversion projects for up to 8 parks, including, they're spread out throughout the whole city, and it includes designing a new system for all of City Hall's campus, and then the implementation of the new irrigation for the North Lawn. The rest of it will be implemented as resources allow. The project really took off in summer of 2023. Stream Landscape Architecture was contracted to complete the design with construction approval anticipated in around June of 2024, so coming up soon. This project is really timely in a way. It aligns with Colorado Senate Bill 24-005, which was recently signed by Governor Polis. This legislation takes effect in 2026, and it restricts the use of non-essential turf in government-managed landscapes. By replacing water guzzling turf with sustainable alternatives, this project will demonstrate responsible water management and paves the way for a more water-secure future. So why the North Lawn at City Hall? I think there's a lot of really good reasons. The project certainly tackles this critical issue in Westminster and throughout the Southwest of water scarcity full on. In Colorado's Front Range, including Westminster, irrigation accounts for nearly half of municipal water use. And Parks and Rec is actually the city's largest water consumer, and our bill is really something too. So traditional cool weather turf grass like the Kentucky bluegrass that we have out there is particularly water intensive ground cover. To address this challenge, the City Hall North Lawn Transformation Project will replace non-essential turf with drought tolerant alternatives. That sounds really enticing, doesn't it? But if you look at the images, you can see that it's going to be really quite a beautiful transformation. So utilizing the North Lawn at City Hall, really it's an ideal opportunity. According to City Hall, the City Hall grounds are defined as parkland. I didn't know that, but I think that's really cool. The site out here on 92nd Avenue is really heavily transited, and there's a lot of people walking and driving by, so we're going to get a lot of people's eyeballs on this new landscape. It costs the city about $42,000 and change to maintain this landscape, and really it's only used for aesthetic purposes and stormwater retention out there. The current water use out there is 9 acre-feet a year for irrigation. This project will bring that down to 4 acre-feet a year. So the project has some really clear aims. We want to enhance public engagement, creating a welcoming space that fosters community connections, volunteerism, and encourages exploration of water-wise practices. The project will also showcase sustainable landscaping. In fulfilling City Council's strategic objective 5.4, this project will, in quotes, enhance community outreach and awareness of water conservation methods, serving as a model for residents, demonstrating the beauty and practicality of water-efficient landscapes. So we have 90% construction documents in hand, so the project's almost ready to go out to bid. The new pedestrian circulation, I'd like to point out, is really transforming what is currently a pretty unfriendly approach to the building and making it so that folks are really welcome to come in and enjoy this beautiful xeriscape. There will be wayfinding signage that directs people to the front entrance of City Hall, so we don't want people who are trying to get to the front door getting waylaid into this landscape, nice as it will be. So there'll be real clarity around getting to and into City Hall. The new irrigation system has been planned and designed, as I mentioned, for the whole campus here, but we will be implementing it just for this portion of the site. We, as part of the vision plan, conducted a statistically valid survey and found that one of the top unmet needs in our community, according to the survey responses, was for botanical gardens and demonstration gardens, which frankly I found that very surprising and very exciting, because this will definitely be meeting that need in our community in a beautiful way. We're also adding 3 opportunities for public art out there. It's going to be the same program that we use at the Vicki Bunsen Sculpture Park, and we'll have rotating sculptures as part of the city's rotating art displays. So they'll always be changing over once or twice a year. There'll be new sculptures out there to enjoy. Another really important element to this project is that we're going to create a handicapped accessible exit from the building on the garden level. And right now, if you have mobility issues and you need to get out of this building quickly, you will have a very hard time doing it. This new ramp that we're installing will completely resolve that issue. So this new landscape it's going to feature a range of plantings that'll really enrich the visual character, but also the biodiversity of City Hall's North Lawn. So right now we have a monoculture, and this will greatly increase the number of plants out there, plant varieties that are really well adapted to growing in our tough front range environment and soils. It'll be planted in what I call a garden-esque manner, very similar to what you see in the existing landscape in the entry plaza to City Hall. There are some trees that will be planted as part of this project. I just want to mention that we'll be coordinating very carefully with the city engineer because our geothermal system is out in that lawn. So we are very, very aware and conscious of that and the importance of not messing it up. So, thank you. Yeah, yeah, that would be an expensive mistake. We won't be making that one. So, large areas of pollinator-friendly prairie plantings will replace acres of Kentucky bluegrass out there. And so the way it's designed is that the memorial tree grove will remain as it is right now with brand new state-of-the-art irrigation. The only change out there would be a new walkway that connects through the grove and over to the garden that's closest to the building. I think the other important thing is that these are plants that you can buy, that anyone can buy at a local nursery. So these are not so rare and unusual that people will come, fall in love with them, and then never get to plant them in their own garden. That's not the point at all. So these are plants that, if you go to a good local nursery, will be available. Most of them are through the Plant Select program that the university has, and it's really selecting the best of local plants for use in homes and in institutions like ours. The other thing I want to point out is that we will have a lot of signage out there with, not a lot, but sufficient signage to lead people to other resources online. For example, if you really want to learn more about a particular plant, there'll be QR codes that you can just click on and it'll take you right to that information, as well as sample plantings. So there'll be actual plantings that you can look at and go, wow, I really want to do that at home or in my office. And it'll show you the layout and design that you can then use for your own purposes. So it's a real teaching garden. Let's see. I was mentioning some of the signage. Really, we're looking for very interactive experiences out here. And really, a landscape that's this complex and ambitious, they don't get maintained by magic. It requires a lot of hands. And so we are planning to launch a corps of garden volunteers that'll come out and work with our horticulture staff regularly throughout the growing season to take care of this garden, but also to be hosts and ambassadors out there and to teach people about this plant material and this style of gardening. People who move here from other parts of the country are completely unfamiliar with how to grow things in this climate. It is not easy if you move here from, let's say, somewhere like Wisconsin. It's tough, isn't it? It requires acquiring a new set of skills and knowledge. And so that's what this garden and the volunteers are going to help visitors attain when they're here. So how do you build your own water-wise, Colorado-friendly garden? So we're, as I said, 90% design. We expect 100% construction documents in the next month or so. It'll go out to bid, and we'll be coming back to City Council with a specific proposal for construction. We estimate, based on the consultant's opinion of probable cost, around $960,000 for the construction. Design will be $117,000 and change. So we'll be coming back with a full proposal once we get our bids in. Total project cost adds up to about 1.2 million, a little shy of that. So there's some money in there for contingency, should it be required. Really, this project represents a transformation and a great role model for the city, for our region. I do believe it's going to create an attraction that people will make special trips to come and visit and see. I think it's the beginning of what I believe will be a citywide movement towards more wise gardening that is really reflective of our specific location. So what it does, it'll help to enhance the sense of place and give us a more unique feeling as a city. We will not look like an anonymous place. We'll look like we belong in this place because the plant material belongs in this place. So, very happy to answer any questions that you might have at this point.
This is one of my favorite projects. I just wanted to give you, Director, and your staff, this is exactly what we asked for a couple years ago. As you know, one of my top priorities is how do we figure out how to actually educate the community on water-wise plants and water conservation. When you mentioned signage, yeah, that's exactly what I was hoping for, is they can walk through this interactive experience, see what we've planted, so we're leading by example as a city, right? And be able to quickly take notes, get some ideas for their own garden, and spread the word, because that's how, you know, change happens. It's person by person. So that's amazing. I have no criticisms on this project. I think it's fantastic, and wish we could do it everywhere on all, you know. So thank you. Big thank you to you guys. And I do have a question. It's $42K per year, right? It's the maintenance cost. Are we fully capturing that? Meaning, will there still be some left, some Kentucky bluegrass left that we're actually, how much of that, so what percentage of the 42K are we actually capturing?
So we're estimating that the cost for maintenance is going to come down to about $11,000. So it's a significant savings, but we are retaining the grass panels that are closest to the building. So there's like a stone.
Slides.
It's kind of. It's better seen on your. There we go. It's better seen on your illustrations, but right closest to the building there are these panels of lawn that we will be retaining, and it creates a space where we can have staff events. We can have. There can be all kinds of activities out there. It's intended to be an actively used space. People can go out there and work. They can have meetings out there. It might be a little noisy with traffic, but the idea is to create a space where we can use it. And then you can see that the turf underneath the memorial trees is also retained because honestly, they're beautiful trees. We don't want to mess with them. Most of them are dedicated to individuals. So we thought it very, very important to just maintain that grove as almost sacred. And then the remainder of that, what is currently just grass, is going to be converted into short grass prairie. We're really excited about the partnership with Butterfly Pavilion. They have a program they call their Pollinator Prairies, and we want to emulate that out there. Again, just really enhancing the habitat and the biodiversity that we have out there. You'll see some trees that they're way out on the perimeter and not where we have our very, very important geothermal wells drilled. So,
yeah, that's great. That's really great to mimic that. That model is great, the Butterfly Pavilion model. The 31K in savings, what happens to savings on watering? I'm curious technically, what do we do with that?
I'm going to use it to go pick up more poop.
But we can't, right? So my question is based on this. foundation of what can we actually use from,
So what you're saving is $31,000, if you will, in parks funding currently, which would go normally to pay for reclaimed water to water this site. So you're saving $31,000 a year in parks, general fund dollars, post dollars. I don't know how.
oh, so that is general fund?
Right.
Or post, so then you can use it for.
Right, so it can be rediverted to other requirements within parks, rec, and libraries or across the city.
And when is capture on this? So when is the end of the project?
So we anticipate it'll start in the fall and end next late spring, early summer. But the reality is it takes 3 years to establish a native landscape like this. So the first year, the plants will just sit there and pout. Second year, they'll start to crawl. And then the third year, they'll really start to take off. Unless we're as fortunate as we were when the landscape went out in the plaza and had a really nice rainy summer, and the plants just exploded, and they're super happy. One of the really key elements to this plan is really changing the soil out there. And we use a very, very specific soil mix that's extremely well drained, and these plants just thrive, really thrive in them.
So those dollars we won't really capture until like 28?
I think we'll see each year a little bit more and a little less water, a little bit more xeriscape thriving on its own.
Okay, so it's more of a.
So it'll be a gradual.
Will eventually say the 31K?
I will point out, though, that we're doing 7 or 8 of these projects around the city where we're putting in new irrigation and reducing turf and putting in xeriscape. So really, this is the mothership, but you're going to see projects like that all over the city in the next couple of years.
Will the vision plan summarize all these projects and financial impact of these? Meaning, or to rephrase, can we get a summary of all the various projects and the financial impact, even if it's over time,
Sure.
to see the savings of what this actually will save us? And then I'll be curious how we repurpose those dollars. My last question, also financially. So it's 1.2 million total.
Yes.
And you said you had 225. So from a source of funds standpoint, you have 225 grant, and then 500K was ARPA.
Correct.
So the remaining is
irrigation funding from the post debt that we issued last year.
Does council need to approve that, or, okay, is that what tonight is? To
No,
approve
tonight
the-
is not. We'll be come back with a specific request for your approval when we have the contract and all of the details in hand.
Okay, and that's another 225, I guess is the remaining?
Correct. Yeah, from the grant that we got.
Cool, thank you, fantastic.
Councilor Hott?
Yes, I am also super excited about this. I had some conversations about this when I was a candidate, talking about, I don't know how the rest of the council feel, but I would really love to take out some of the Kentucky bluegrass. When I learned that almost half of the city's water usage was outdoors, I was appalled. We live in a desert, and trying to force Kentucky bluegrass to grow in a desert, I think, is ridiculous. My backyard is a xeric landscape. I'm working on making my front a xeric landscape because my grass looks like crap, not because I can't afford to water it. I'm lucky enough to be able to afford to water it. I just think it's a stupid usage of water. So thank you. And this is such a creative way to include education. I really love how you've thought of the different ways to include the community and education, because it is doable. I'm choosing to do it myself because it's a lot cheaper if you do it yourself, but it's absolutely doable, and this is a way to show our community it's doable by being an example. Also really excited about the bees. Somebody who has a xeric landscape, the bees love it, and so I'm really excited about the bees. Excited about the savings. I'm glad that was my question, was how much are we going to save? Because we talk about how much things are going to cost, but we don't always talk about the savings that come. Sometimes you have to spend money to save money, is what I'm getting at. So this is wonderful. I'm so excited. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry. I didn't mean to be so.
Put you on the list.
So, one, yeah, thanks for already answering some of my questions, because the geothermal facility, I was like, how does this impact that? Glad to know we'll be avoiding it, and that we're using the butterfly pavilion as,
As a model.
as a model for this. So, I guess my question was really the leftover questions, because we already went over the financial impacts. It was just more excitement about the project overall. I'm so glad to see a sidewalk, by the way, that goes from the building to the actual sidewalk, because I spent 8 years tromping through and getting my shoes completely wet in that area. But where is the art gonna go? And is it sort of, would it be something visible from the street, or just how do we make it more obvious? Because I'm really excited over this being a place where people want to go and visit. So I'm more focused on, like, is the art visible? Does it draw people in? Is there programming specifically tailored to this site for education? Those are my...
Yes, with regard to the art, we'll have similar platforms or pediments that, like the ones we have down in the Vicki Bunsen Garden. They'll be located sort of strategically at each end of the entrance walkways, and then the other one, I believe, is going to be in the large planting area. Those will be specifically defined in the construction documents, so when we come back, I'll be able to show you exactly where they're going to be placed. And then we will be rotating those. It's part of, the city has this wonderful rotating art sculpture program down at the park, and so we'll be expanding it to include City Hall as well. So you can see some of the artwork is bigger than others. Some of it is more intimate in scale, and others are very vibrantly colored and large. And so it'll depend on kind of what sculptures are selected. But the beauty of it is that it'll be changing on a regular basis. So the landscape itself will remain fairly much once it's established, but then the artwork will be continually adding interest to it. In terms of the educational side to this, really I'm putting a lot of hope and expectation into the volunteer program, and I believe that we'll be able to recruit extraordinary people to help us be hosts and teachers in this. The Master Gardener program is one of those amazing resources that we will be tapping into to help us not only establish the garden, but then also share it with the public as they come to visit.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought the recreation guy would be a great place to advertise.
Yes, it would. Yeah, very much so.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilor Ireland?
I'm just saying that I'm a little skeptical about how this is going to be maintained less than grass. Because grass, at least my neighbors that just have grass, is a lot easier to maintain than xeriscape. I mean, just as one of the citizens pointed out, the weed killer, well, you're presenting a lot more public coming there. And so there's the trash, there's cleaning up after the people that are there. Right now, we don't have that. So I don't believe it's 11,000 for one thing. Another thing, I don't think this is a priority for our city. When we have streets that are in disrepair and other projects that need done, fire departments that want money, this is not a priority for me, another city park at City Hall. It's almost to me like the employees get everything, the citizens get nothing. They got new furniture, now they're getting a new park. I don't think the citizens will use it as much as the people working here in this building. So that's my problem with it.
Councilor DeMott?
Start on a positive note for my comments, is I'm glad to hear us partnering with Butterfly Pavilion. I always appreciate working with our partner because they're a valued partner in my mind. On the volunteer, I have a question. So with that program, and I'm sorry, just missed your spiel because I was trying to look for something on this agenda memo. Will we be utilizing also like Front Range and our partnership there? Because they have a program, don't they, that we could utilize? So is that something that's part of what you're thinking, or potential opportunity for students to come and get experience with us?
It's a wonderful program, and we have partnered with them in the past. During COVID, that program kind of faltered, but I understand it's starting to kind of regain some momentum at Front Range Community College. I have reached out to them, haven't really gotten the traction with them that I would like to. I will say that our partnership with Westminster Public High School and the horticulture department has been extremely successful. If you notice our horticulture team out there, a lot of them are either current or former high school students from Westminster Public High School. We have a really active internship program with them that has been very, very good for everybody, a real win-win-win. So I see that as definitely continuing. And then I think that it's going to grow as awareness grows. And one of the valuable things about this particular location is it's very prominent and visible. And so we'll be able to, I think, get people's attention, both in terms of the value, the educational value of coming and spending time in this garden, but also just the enjoyment. And luckily, it'll be much easier to visit this than it has been in the past. I wanted to clarify on the financial side. Looks like the actual cost per year is less than I had said. It's 28,000, not 30 or 42. 28,000 a year.
That's what the new cost will be. It's not saving 31,000, it'll be saving 28.
28. So 14,000. So it's going to be coming down to 28,000.
Oh, so it's saving more
Yeah.
than, okay.
No, it's saving less than I had.
Oh, 3,000 less, okay.
I apologize for that.
Give me 1 second, because that helps with my next question that I was going to ask, or point I was going to make. So obviously this came before us before, and we reallocated funds from what was originally in ARPA, and part of the reason was it just seemed like a lot with what those dollars could go for.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we reallocated, I think, to streets. No? What did we reallocate to?
The retention program for the police department.
Retention program. So other things that money, I think, was in our mind better spent on.
Mm-hmm.
But we did leave a pool of money for this, and it looks like you got creative with other ways to fill the spread on it, which we asked you to do, and I appreciate that. One of the things we had asked for is a different way for us to educate, potentially, doing smaller gardens or doing some sort of lottery for residents to be able to participate. I'm not sure what happened with that. I know it was asked of council at the time. But I guess my one quick question, and I'll summarize my thoughts here. The other thing, and I've brought this up before, that we always need to be cognizant of, at least, is what does this take out of the utility? Because any savings we have in water means, less water for the utility. So do we, and I would like us to start at least looking at that, or at least I'm going to start asking anytime you bring forward something that pulls, that the savings is water. Because I'm all for saving water, and I love our conservancy, but at the same time, I want to know how it impacts our utility, because that's just a reality we have to deal with. And if we take money from spending on water, being the biggest consumer of it, that's got to impact our utility. And that might not be something you can answer off the cuff, but if you can, great. If not, you can get back to me.
No, I'll have to get back to you on the details of that. I do know that as we refresh our irrigation systems throughout the entire city, a lot of them are 30 years old now, and they are leaking. So we're losing water there. So by replacing the irrigation systems, we gain savings that way. And then by changing the plant material from super thirsty to water-wise, we are also going to have savings to water consumption there. So I do anticipate that over time there'll be a significant cumulative effect in terms of our water use.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I think it's the right thing, but I also need, like, we as a city, like, we're up at this level, so that's great for your department, and it makes 100% sense that you're trying to save money, but I also want to know what that does to our other department, because at the end of the day, we're the biggest consumer, and so that's impactful. And we can get back to an answer to it. That's probably more for the utility director.
Yeah, and if I could, first of all, this is reclaimed water that's being used out here to irrigate, so it's not the drinking water. And so we are currently maxed out on reclaimed water in the city. You can't add any more because we consume everything we're allowed to use, because the rest has to go into Big Dry Creek as wastewater. And so if you, in my mind, if you decrease reclaimed water use here, that then opens up reclaimed water use somewhere else. But we can run the numbers for you and get what that savings.
You beat me to the next part, because that's the other thing I would want to know is how are we planning ahead, because we do get asked about it a lot, and there are other places. So if we're going to take that allocation and make sure that it gets reallocated somewhere else, great. But to that point too, it's not necessarily a pure conservancy. It is and it isn't. You're still using it. So that's good. I would like that, because if you, and this is hard to do, because like if I take out, say, the 225,000, because I think it would be to do this kind of calculation, and this was asked by a resident or brought up to me, what's the ROI on this project? And so if you're saying we're saving 28,000, if I take out the $225,000, because that's specifically geared towards this kind of water savings project, so I don't think it'd be fair, that money exists because of what the project is. And so you're looking at something like $990,000 that are money that could go other places. That's basically takes about 35 years for us to get an ROI off of that. And I think, and I'm not saying it's the wrong project, I just think, that's what sticks in my mind. And when we go back to the conversation about why we went from 1.7 to 500, it was not because it was the wrong kind of project. It was just the scale of it. Was it the right thing when we look at, needs of the city? And certainly I know, every public comment are hearing about needs that your department has and things that cost us. So I'm going to have to think about it a bit, whether or not I can support it because of those reasons. But I want to give a fair shake to it and make sure that you hear, kind of where my head's at. I do think it looks great. I'm sure it, seems like an amazing project, and it has all those components and the educational piece that we've been asking about. But a 35-year ROI, that's a really long time. I'll be over 80 years old at that point. So that's just something that we had to think about. So, but I appreciate the presentation.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point, and I look forward to crunching the numbers a bit to see it. And obviously there are many other values that we should consider, but that's a very valid point.
One more comment about reclaimed water.
Councilor Camelia hasn't been able to speak yet.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for that discussion. I was actually also going to ask what is the ROI, so that would be great to have those numbers around that. I'd love to know. Otherwise, I want to compliment you on reaching out to so many great partners. The Masters Gardening is a really, really great resource. Folks who have gone through that, they have a lot of skills, and so I hope we get some good folks out of that, and again, with the Butterfly Pavilion as well, so that's very exciting. I do have a question around the path. It looks like, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, the path will connect to the sidewalk, right? Is the path the same throughout, or is there a cement path and a dirt path, or what are the different paths going to be made of?
So there are two materials that will be used. Concrete will be used for the major paths coming in from the sidewalk into the garden. The sidewalk that goes around, the circular sidewalk, is concrete. And then I believe the connector sidewalk between those two entries is going to be a crusher vines or some kind of soft material. more garden-esque in style. I believe the connector from the Grove over to the Xeriscape Garden is going to be paved as well, but much smaller, more narrow.
Okay, that's good to know. And I say so just because for accessibility reasons, it's great to have some asphalt or cement in there. But I'm not, in general, a big fan, and wherever we can use more natural trails, I think is better just for the ecosystem as a whole. That's really great to protect it wherever possible, to not do cement. So I like that you have both. That's great. And then the benches, it looks like they are not on the Xeriscape. How frequent are the benches? I love that we've got some elements of inviting the community in. And I know that this isn't finalized, but maybe some areas where there's shade over top?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and I'll be coming back with the final design and can answer that much more specifically.
Okay, perfect. And then you already answered my immediate thoughts were, hey, can we put signs around this to educate? You're already doing that. That's fantastic. Will there be signs labeling the specific species? At least a few of them, maybe in one little corner, saying, okay, these are the 6 generals that we use.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways that we're planning to communicate. I think that some of it will be on-site signage, and then a lot of it will be QR codes that take you to deeper information. If there's a particular plant that you're crazy about and you want to think about planting at home, you click on the QR code and it'll give you full information on kind of what kind of conditions it needs, how big it grows, and so on.
Okay, that's good to know. Because I have seen some of these areas where they just have a general, like, this is a drought or a tolerant area, and that's it. And I'm like, okay, well, what species is that? So that would be helpful in some format if we had that. I think that those are all of my thoughts. And just again, to your point, I'll echo again, this is placemaking. And I think, I had one more very important thought. I'm sorry, I've been holding on to, is the fact that I don't know how well this council is aware of the fact that our city is so very well known for how successful we've been over the last 10 years of conserving and preserving water. I know that last year, for example, the CML used us as an example of a really successful city. I feel like other cities are so impressed with us that they are touting our wins more so than we have been. And we've gone down in overall city usage by almost 30% over the last 10 years, which is wild and a major success that I don't think we communicate so well with the community. And I just want to say that I think that this will be a chance for us to really show off, to your point, and say other cities can say, look at that. That is their city town hall. I do want to know the ROI, but also like this is a way to really almost showcase what we've been doing internally with the residents that's been so successful, and internally with the city. We can say, look at what we've done here. I'm really excited about that piece of it, and we've got a lot to be proud of. And this is a good way to really, create placemaking and a sense of pride and a sense of, community within our city. I think it's really great.
Thank you. I agree.
Councilor Ireland? I would just want to talk about reclaimed water a bit. So there's a huge demand for reclaimed water because everyone wants it. It's cheaper. What is it, 20% cheaper?
20% cheaper, yeah.
How is it allocated? Who are the winners? Who are the losers? How do we allocate that? Because we get an email from South Westminster. They're upset. They've never had reclaimed water. I know people up north in HOAs, they don't have reclaimed water. How do we allocate that, and how do we pick the winners and losers?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that, but I know that there are people on staff that could come up with it.
Counselor, we can give you a better answer, but I mean, the short of it is the reclaim system was built out to the max of its capacity, and it ends right here on 92nd. So there's no ability to push reclaimed water further south than here. I think in its original form, it was established to water the golf courses and the major parks and things like that. And if you happen to have a business along one of those routes, you could take advantage of that. But the long story short of reclaimed water is that we are required by the state to put a certain amount of wastewater back into Big Dry Creek to run, that's been cleaned and processed and run down. Some of that is used as reclaimed water, and we're frankly maxed out on what we can produce for reclaimed water. but based upon the infrastructure that was required to be built to deliver that, it only comes to 92nd. And so that's as far south as it goes quickly. But we can follow up with
I
some
would
more
like to hear the
details.
plan and what we're gonna use the reclaimed water for that we save here at City Hall. Where is it going?
Yeah, well, and we don't know that right now until we get out and offer, the sale of that reclaimed water or the tap into the system. To Councilor DeMott's point, if we simply move that reclaimed water allocation somewhere else in the city, there's really no gain in the cost of that reclaimed water. If we find a customer that's a private user that's going to pay us for that, then there's cash generated. Savings on the city side from a general fund perspective, and oh, by the way, someone is then paying private dollars to support the reclaim system. But we'll follow up with some better details. I'm by no means experts, but we've got experts on staff.
All right, thank you.
I was worried about the geothermal, so thanks for all of that. And I had emails today on that issue. They said, you spent so much money on that. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? This is mainly for city manager. You weren't here, but during this discussion, the council did discuss, because we believe in demonstration, and this is one of those areas, taking $10,000, taking $60,000, dividing it up into 6 areas of each of the fire departments, sort of their cutouts, and letting people apply for a lottery. We pick one from each of the 6 areas, and they get to use the $10,000 for demonstration for this kind of landscaping for their homes, so that we had one in each area of the city for people to see how to do it. Because as we've heard from Debbie Teeter and others, no matter where they live, when they bring an architect out to look at this, it's the minimum's $10,000, and the reply is, the ROI on it is, you won't live here long enough to see you make back that $10,000 in water, just water it. So, anyway, we did that. We never heard from it again, so I don't know if we just got blown off or what happened. And with Master Gardeners, I'm on the Jeffco CSU Advisory Committee, and we have one in Adams County too. So all you need to do is pick up the phone, and those people will be happy to get you with Master Gardeners that live in the area.
That's great. Yeah, they're a wonderful program.
Yeah. Anything else? Any more questions for us?
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Okay, Mayor, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, real quick. Next item for presentation is a review of the strategic plan policy objectives, and we'll be joined by Assistant City Manager Chris Lindsay and Policy and Budget Administrator Karen Farrader. So, Ms. Farrader, go ahead.
Good morning, or good morning. Oh
Good
my
morning.
gosh, it is late.
Feels that way.
It's only 10. Gosh, it's early.
It's past my bedtime. Oh, I'm getting into the rhythm of these Monday nights. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilors. Very excited that resolution number 9 was adopted this evening, again this afternoon, for our mission statement, vision statement, guiding principles, and strategic priorities. So our next step is our policy objectives. So what we're asking this evening is to go through each of our strategic priorities, and underneath each one is a list of policy objectives, to see if you have any comments, changes, any revisions for us to incorporate. Once the policy objectives you agree to them, we as staff will then move on to operational objectives or tasks to then determine ways in which we can implement and to achieve those objectives. So we'll start with the first one. So our first strategic priority is access to opportunity. Underneath that strategic priority, we have 8 policy objectives. Within those policy objectives, do you have any concerns, edit, revisions for us to consider? All of these were drafted by Barry Dunn, Miss Kennedy, based upon the discussions and feedback we received from the strategic plan retreat that we had on April 13th.
I can't really see them because my iPad's about dead. But there was one I was concerned about, or I wanted to ask this, the other city council members about, and that was that power was a priority of the station. I know we discussed that, but I don't know that that was the final plan. I understand we're losing our train station, is that true? Are we losing our train station?
I have a meeting with Mayor Pro Tem on Friday, and we're going to keep it the HEPO.
Because if we are losing our train station, I don't know why we're prioritizing the station for power.
Westminster Station, we're not losing. Like, the B line will be there.
Okay.
It's only Front Range Rail and the Peak Rail, peak service.
Which we don't have to begin with. We're losing like an opportunity,
Oh,
essentially.
we're losing the
not
opportunity, we're
something-
not losing the station.
Correct.
No.
Okay, I misunderstood that.
Yeah.
All right. That makes more sense.
Anything else under here?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just, for the housing ones, talk about workforce and market rate, and then we talk about diverse housing options for all residents, which I think could work. I was just wondering if we wanted to be more specific and targeted in terms of specifically addressing our senior population, particularly after the numbers that we've seen about how cost burdened they are. And that's one piece. I think just saying the word affordability could be added in here. And then we don't really talk about, well, the diverse and quality housing is probably inclusive of that, but I was just curious to see if anyone thought that, getting a little more targeted might be helpful.
Counselor, can I chime in
Yeah.
to what you're saying? I caught that too, and in D, it says to implement the recommendations of the housing needs assessment. One of my comments was going to be, can we just be specific? So rather than saying, because there are 9 recommendations from the housing needs assessment, senior affordable housing, right, ADU standards, a lot of that stuff that we want is in there. I would like to see that kind of explicitly stated in the objective, not just recommendations, but to basically list out all 9 of those. I don't know if that would accommodate what you're saying now.
Possibly. I just want us to be focused.
Not to interrupt, but so our policy objectives are intended to be a bit higher level.
Yeah.
And then that's when we follow in with staff with those more specific operational objectives, tasks, performance measures along those lines to really nail down to that specifically those 9 steps that are in the housing assessment that I'm not 100% familiar with, but I will in the next several months. But the intention was to keep the policy objectives more at a policy level, again, to allow flexibility as we grow and transition as a city, so that we're not always changing necessarily the policy objectives, but once we achieve an operational objective or a task, we can cross that off and continue to be specific and add on that. So that's where staff will come in based upon these recommendations and match.
Thank you for that reminder. Yeah.
So it's a balance between the two.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So then, wouldn't we then want in C then to Mayor Pro Tem's point, the word affordable as an objective that goes beyond the specifics?
I like how it's written currently, because one of the housing things is there wasn't enough on the upper end either, so, and we have very little land left, so we have to weigh what is a priority. And I think it's better to be more, not vague, but not as specific, so we have more flexibility.
Do you have something on this particular one?
On this particular one, I mean, I hear what you're all saying, but if I hear staff and going through this, what's going to be more meaningful to me is that you have some of those action items that are around the senior housing and the things that came out of it, which is what I hear you saying.
Yeah.
So I would think that if this is properly done, staff's going to come back with, whatever amount of achievable things that actually move the needle. So I'll be looking forward to that step and that those are in there, because I think those are good comments, especially around the senior. So I'm sure you'll take that forward when you come back with some action items.
Yeah, I agree with the senior, especially because we have high-end senior stuff in this city, but we don't have, and I know we can't ask people about Medicaid, and if they take it or whatnot, but we need all of our seniors to be taken care of, and we don't have that in this city today. We have lots of expensive stuff for seniors. Let's see, I had Counselor Hutt.
Yeah. So I guess my concern is some of the action items potentially getting lost. Under here, it says enhance and diversify city-sponsored events and activities to encourage multicultural and intergenerational interaction, celebrate Westminster's diversity, nurture community pride, and increase community engagement and participation. What I had specifically asked for was a Pride Festival. We've never had a Pride Festival in Westminster before. That was what came out of strategic planning. Not that I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with nurturing community pride, but that's not what came out of. And so, how do we make sure these action items don't get lost?
So that's when we will come back. Once we have this framework for our policy objectives, staff will then identify, such as specifically underneath that one, it could be developing a pride event once a year, whatever that timing may be. We'll come back and connect those operational objectives or the tasks that we want to accomplish that are manageable, reasonable, feasible, that would allow us to accomplish the policy objectives that are stated here. So that we'll come back to you, once we have this framework, then the next step is that we will get into the weeds, into the details, and say, this is how, very specifically, we will achieve that larger goal. So we will then come back and share that and see if we're on the same page. And at that point, that's when hopefully we'll take another stab at it and say, you've missed the mark. We need to make sure we add this. You have this, but not that.
So if I could, just for clarification, so vision statements, where you're going, mission statements, how you're going to get there, guiding principles are those left and right boundaries that you follow to get to that vision, and then you've established, if you will, the pillars, those priorities, the building blocks, those major themes, 6 of them for the community. Then inside of each one of those priorities are all of these objectives. So they're aligned within the priority, and it can be anywhere from 2 to 8 to 10 or so objectives. And then once you give us those objectives and say thumbs up, then we're going to come back and go through each of those objectives, and there will be very specific tasks identified by year of execution to support that objective. So that's the next step. But this is we're just kind of working from very high level down to the details. We'll get to those specific tasks like, 2025, establish, a pride celebration for the city, for example.
Okay, so the action items that I'm concerned that are in here, basically just wait trust the process. They're coming.
Yes, please.
Okay, okay. Counselor Zadi.
Yeah, so a few things. One, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, I think in C, if these are going to be strategic objectives that we don't want to change year over year, I think we need the word affordable in there. It's not just workforce and market rate housing, but we should always be looking to incentivize development of the full spectrum, which is missing in this sentence.
We're over here scratching our heads. I gotta ask, where are you seeing the letters next to these? Because in the
Sorry, I my own notes. Sorry.
Okay.
And
We're both of us are
yeah,
like,
so
letters.
in access to opportunity, the third one down is the
Got it.
is the sorry, I made my own thing. In that sentence that says incentivize the development of workforce and market rate housing. So in there, I think we should be fully inclusive of the full spectrum, affordable workforce and market rate housing, since that's more long term. And then,
Can I ask for clarification just so, before we move on to the next one, just so I can make sure I'm capturing this? So, and we can make sure we're in agreement. Incentivize the development of workforce, comma, affordable, comma, and market rate housing? Or is there a hyphen in there? I'm not a housing expert, so this is what I'm looking for your
you
guidance.
got it the first time.
Okay, so those three.
Affordable, workforce, and market rate housing.
Okay. So just commas in between? Are we
Commas in between.
comfortable with incentivize the development of affordable, comma, workforce, comma, and market rate housing?
I'm not for it. I want the word left out, because I don't think we're not developed out. We just approved 3 affordable housing projects, and we have not approved anything people can buy, nothing. I thought we were into people making roots, being able to buy a house, affordable house maybe, but we've just approved 3 affordable housing projects, nothing for seniors, nothing.
So, sorry, Councilor Lyon, but I think that's why we should be specific here, because we don't have senior affordable housing.
Well, I think they can come back to us with those, those objectives, but I don't think we need it in this part of the plan.
Counselor Demott.
The frustrating thing for me always with affordable and workforce and is there's so many, they change from year to year what the catchphrase is. And I think really what we want to accomplish is we want to accomplish options for people at all income levels.
Yeah.
And so like I almost would be like I was fine with it the way it is, but like if we're gonna be like specific, we're really looking for options across income levels. And that's like always the thing with affordable. I've heard some residents say it, and I really like this term. Like, what's affordable for me is what I'm living in right now. What's affordable to you? So that's different at different times in people's life. So, like, if we could somehow capture that, it makes more sense to me if we're going to get nitpicky on that one. And I understand why you are, but I just feel like it's more about, like, meeting people where they're at. And that could be a variety of different things depending on their station in life.
So just to respond real quick, sorry. Yes, but with strategy, right? You want to prioritize. That's the thing here. Is we have always been for all income, but it's how we choose to prioritize our resources has not been on this lower end historically. So you want to specify because that shifts staff's perspective on. Okay, well, if they have 10 options and 5 of them are affordable and 5 are market rate, I want them to look at the affordable ones first before then, because we have a imbalance.
I think that I understand what you're saying. I guess that just doesn't do that to me.
I like
just
Steve's idea, actually.
saying affordable / workforce / market, you're adding affordable as an option and being specific about it. But like, I guess, even if you do that, and even if you take my suggestion, it's still going to be the action items that come forward, because we've made this vague enough that we want to make sure we're not leaving anybody behind, which I think is the right thing. But I guess maybe the comments are more pointed towards that next step and making sure that we identify those opportunities.
Councilor Hott?
Yes, so I hear both of your points, and so I'm wondering if there's a compromise, and would attainable be a compromise instead of affordable? Because like what you were saying, what's affordable for one person may not be affordable, so would attainable, would that be a good compromise for
I
both
actually
of
like
you?
the term attainable much better than affordable.
Would that be a good compromise for you?
That's better for me.
Attainable to the individual, you mean? To Councilor Demont's point.
No,
Like,
it's
if
a
it's-
compromise for both of you.
No, I hear what you're saying, but you're saying not the so attainable has a definition.
That's slightly different from affordable.
Right.
But it still encompasses what you're trying to say and what he's trying to say.
It kind of encompasses what I'm trying to say because attainable is not necessarily, so affordable is like 0 to 60. Workforce is what, 60 to 80, right? And market rate is 100 plus AMI. That's the definition. And what I'm saying is we don't have enough housing in the 0 to 60. Attainable, I think, the actual technical definition, I don't actually know what that is, but I think it's like, you might know, Councilor, Mayor Potem, what is the percentage range of attainable, like the actual
It's like 80 to 120.
80 to 120, so that still excludes, do you see what I'm saying? Because that's an actual definition for it. And the way we're using it in this conversation, it sounds right. It sounds like that would be a compromise, but as long as staff doesn't use the actual definition of attainable, which is.
Well, and I guess that's my point. So then, like, if you're going to be inclusive of all of them, then you got to say affordable, attainable, workforce. Like, it ends up getting to be really long. And I think to the earlier point staff made is we want to keep it broad enough that gives them the leverage to be able to go after the things that we want and maybe not leave any other opportunities behind. Because, I mean, that happens, right? You're specifically going after maybe something that's 0 to 60, but a really good opportunity for something attainable comes up that's still going to help residents. You know, that they're going to still potentially go after that. So I'm just trying to make us not be so prescriptive that we're leaving something out, I guess is my point.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would just say that when I was reading this, I did find that the third and the fourth bullet kind of do the same thing. One is just a little more overtly saying we want it because it'll attract businesses. Honestly, we have that. So I just think that the fourth bullet could encompass, like, I think we can get rid of the third bullet. And the fourth bullet could then encompass what we're talking about, which is the development of diverse and quality housing options and help ensure all residents can live and thrive in the community. Maybe that's enough.
Makes a lot of sense.
That sounds good.
Okay, is everybody okay with taking out number 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you have that.
We gotta think out of the box. but
And
I'll
is
start one.
everybody okay with number 4?
Oh, so food security. We know we have food deserts. across the city.
We're on number 4. I need to get
Oh,
us to
sorry.
clarification here.
Wait, what's number 4?
Is implement the recommendation of cities' housing
Sorry.
needs assessment to promote and encourage the development of diverse and quality housing options and help ensure all residents can live and thrive in the community.
Can we agree that the recommendations are all 9 of them? Because on the slide of the recommendations, it splits up like three or four, and then it has optional kind of recommendations. I think all 9 should be implemented, but yeah, we should focus and
But we're not gonna be able to do
specific,
that
but
the way-
we don't have to do everything in 1 year, is my point. So we can still say all 9 and then spread out when we do it, but if we can agree that all 9 are what we should do instead of just the first 3. If I recall, I think it was the first 3 that was the required.
We're gonna have to prioritize. We can't do all 9.
Right.
And we'll come back in the tasks by year that will address those. Okay? So we can get that.
Are we good with 4?
I am.
Yes.
Okay, 5, in collaboration with partner organizations, develop a strategy to increase the involvement of older adults in the community with goals of reducing social isolation, improving mental health, and supporting aging in place.
Yes.
Next one, enhance and diversify city-sponsored events and activities to encourage multicultural. I think we've talked about this one. Are we okay with this one?
Does that one include more diverse restaurants? Where would that be? Is that in here somewhere? Yeah, we don't have a diversity of restaurants culturally, a culturally diverse spread.
Bring in a new Asian cuisine.
I know we got the one coming in, but we have a huge gap.
Great
Indian food.
Yes,
That'd probably
it's
go to
terrific.
economic vitality, because you'll see the first one has the, the economic vitality element.
Sarah, see us want to
definition.
jump into action items. So you can't stop councils from jumping into action
Hard to
items.
stop us.
We are taking notes, and we will implement it into the objectives, the operational objectives, and bring them back. The train of thought is great for us to make sure that we're capturing those when we come back. But keeping at that policy level is definitely giving us that broad perspective and broad stroke to allow us to accomplish a variety of things within each policy, rather than just one, and then we're like, it's great because we accomplish it and check it off, but we want to continue to grow and to develop and to learn and to grow, and so we want to have broad objectives.
Are we okay with that one or no?
Yes.
Promote and sponsor volunteer opportunities to increase the involvement of residents in community life and city government. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And the last one, establish and maintain policies that ensure cost-effective rates of taxes and fees to promote affordability and enhance ability for Westminster residents to continue to live in the community.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Moving on. The community empowerment, engagement, enhance the sense of community and connection in Westminster through engaging methods of communication and dialogue that improve accessibility, increase understanding, and encourage participation in civic and city life. So here's what they're proposing here. We're going to take them one at a time. Provide accurate, consistent, and frequent communication with the public to increase transparency, awareness, and understanding of the city's actions and decisions.
Yes.
Next one.
I just have one.
Oh, go ahead.
The one thing that doesn't get as well expressed in these 6 objectives was that the dialogue with the community. So like this first one is about communication to the public, and I just want to make sure we have something in there that talks about input, dialogue.
Two-way
That's the last
conversation.
one. Develop a comprehensive community engagement strategy that promotes proactive resident involvement in planning and decision making. Is that not enough? You want more
That was
interaction?
something we bounced around a bunch.
I know, it's in the front, it's in the top. I will rest my case. We can continue.
Okay. We're okay with number 1? Number 2, diversify and improve the city's methods of outreach using multiple platforms and media to enhance communication with residents. The only thing I thought about this was not all of our residents have platforms, computers, cell phones that you can get everything on. So we just need to remember those folks.
Can we change the wording to that point actually? Because that does speak only to electronic methods. But there are offline methods that I think could reach a lot more people.
BT's two-way communication in there.
Using multiple tools.
I actually
Okay.
did assume that platforms meant everything, so.
Yeah, I did
So
too.
did I.
But I just want to say there were some specific action items that were around there, and we just don't want to forget those.
Bless you.
Yeah.
So I think from a marketing standpoint, the word platforms, there's there's modes of communication, which is more inclusive of everything. Platform is typically
Just know that platform means mail, paper, showing up at people's house.
Just as long as they understand that.
Right.
Yeah.
That isn't how I read it, so. Okay, are we okay?
Yep.
The next one, create and support innovative programs to better connect newcomers to Westminster, to their community, and create a welcoming experience.
She looked like she was trying to stop us over there.
I want to make sure that I just didn't want to.
No,
I wanted to
blurt
make
out.
sure we're
I don't
keeping the
see-
words the same, and then it's the action items. We want to make sure we capture the multiple modes of communication.
Correct.
In there. Okay. I didn't want to miss it and then forget it.
Yep, just
Thank
holler,
you.
because I'm
Nope,
trying to
you-
get us out of
You
here.
keep rolling.
Yes, so we start a welcome wagon.
I don't see why not.
So are we okay with that one? Establish a multilingual outreach and communication plan to equitably communicate within our community.
Yes. That one did seem more like an action item, so if there's a way to kind of policify it.
I had specifically had an action item that they made way more vague. I had asked for, when we send out information, if it could be in English and in Spanish, since the second most common language spoken in Westminster is Spanish. That was the action item.
Really like how it is. I'm just gonna say, I really like how it is because there's a large Vietnamese, there's a large Hmong community, there's all these other communities we need, and so we want to.
Russian community.
That's right. My
Polish.
roommate is Russian, so
Polish,
if we can help them out, that'd be great.
Are we good?
Yep.
Develop a comprehensive community engagement strategy that promotes proactive resident involvement in the city's planning and decision-making processes.
I see what you mean now. The word proactive is very specific to the residents, but you're saying we should actually be. I think government should be doing more, to Mayor Pro Tem's point. This is very much focused on the resident, that we want them to be more proactively involving, but it's not, what are we doing?
I like it.
Okay, that one's good. Explore possible needed changes to the city's electoral process to enhance the available opportunities to serve in elected roles.
It's the electoral process inclusive of campaign financing or council salaries, because I think in order to make it more inclusive, people who are working two jobs might, need to.
We could open that box and with our objectives, and as we come back, I think we'll probably start in certain spots, and then based upon that, we can start that conversation. But it's broad to allow us to go in multiple directions, depending on the desire of city council.
Term limits.
Got it?
Forget term limits.
That's law. Okay. Community health safety. Invest in innovative and collective approaches to provide a continuum of services that preserve, promote, and protect the health, safety, and environment of Westminster. First one, partner with neighboring communities and organizations on regional approaches to health and safety issues of mutual concern.
Love that. Good job.
Okay, we good? Next one, help individuals and families access services that provide poverty, reduce poverty, connect them with jobs, and offer pathways to financial stability, sustainability. Because since we're not a county, this is how I took this. We need to be we need to connect. It's not that we're going to do it for them or we're not necessarily providing for them. It's we connect them to where they can get this stuff.
Right. Either to the county or to a nonprofit
Right,
that
right,
we're
right.
aware of.
Yeah,
that-
yeah, yeah.
That provides
Yep.
that service. That's
Yep.
the
Yep.
connection piece.
Good, thank you.
You good with that one?
Yes.
Why is that in this section and not access to opportunity? Because this is in community health and safety.
Be a crossover. Got to pick one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reduce the length of time people experience homelessness through coordination with regional partners and adopting evidence-based best practices and strategies.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Enhance safety around the city streets, parks, neighborhoods, and transportation network through crime prevention designed to reduce harm and improve safety for all.
Is it SEPTED, crime prevention through design, just wording?
I really like crime prevention design, only because depending on how you interpret it, there's a lot of things we can do with the city design that's preventative, lighting, et cetera, behavioral architecture. Obviously, we have police as well, but I like that it's crime preventative design. I think that's great.
Oh, it's just, there's a term, SEPTED, that it just had the words in a slightly different order. I'll stop. I was just being a little nerdy there.
Are we good?
Yep.
Plan for needed future enhancements for fire, emergency medical services, and develop alternatives that allow flexibility in meeting demands based upon available funding and resources.
I don't know what that means.
If the funding's available, then
Ending,
we
yeah,
can fund
the
it.
funding and resources piece.
And develop alternatives that allow flexibility.
I don't know we know exactly what that means, but.
You know what
As
that
we
means?
make decisions, we want to make sure we are, in theory, living within our means. We have the resources,
Right.
the funding to be able to build, to support, and not build a wonderful fire station, but not be able to staff it. I think we need to consider the funding and the resources, so just specifically articulating that we need to consider both as we're making decisions and recommendations.
Isn't that for everything? though?
Understood.
Well, that's my
Thank
point.
you.
When I read this one and the next one, we should be saying that about
Everything we do.
all of the departments we have, and it's through the budget process that what rises, what money we have, where the priorities go, and all of that talking. To me, if we do these two, we're leaving out how many departments. It doesn't feel very good. And I don't know what they need. These two, one has done a vision plan, which to me means they will use it with their money and budget, they will decide what comes first, what they can afford and pay for and do. And for the other one, the same thing, but for our departments, I don't know if IT's needing something. I have no clue. I don't, because we don't know. These two have done some studies, but that's only two out of what we have.
The other thing on that note, I could see splitting specifically first responders and parks out because they have their own tax base that they need to watch. But if you're going to do that though and have them, then this needs to be representative of the police and the fire together because they both share from that same
2A and 2B.
Public safety tax. So that's to your staff's point, when you're doing spending, we need to be mindful of that because you are drawn from that same, not always, but potentially drawn from that same tax revenue bucket.
And if it meant, the fire one meant that we have to go for a sales tax issue in November, then that puts us in a box because we haven't made that decision. I'm not saying we have to do it.
So, I actually like that one. It's just the ending with the available funding and resources. To strike the second half of it because fire and emergency services, we just had Marshall fires 3 years ago, and that should be a priority, and it's unique and separate, I think, than the other departments. So I like the idea of having it, just the ending is strange because everything we do is based upon available funding and resources. So why call that out in this?
Because I think the citizens need to know we're gonna live within our means.
Yeah, I think I want to leave it for sure.
Sure.
And and I'm also confused as to why emergency medical services is called out. Wouldn't it be, I mean, I know we have one fortunately, but for fire and our emergency disaster plan, I know we just updated that last year, which is great, but is that, I guess that would be in conjunction, what do we mean, we don't provide hospitals, what is medical?
Emergency medical services, EMS is your ambulance
Okay.
fire department function, it's paramedics.
Got it, okay.
I just know there's wants and there's needs, and I hope that we're focusing on the needs first.
So are we okay with how that one's written for fire?
Develop alternatives that
How about parks?
I think it's missing open space and the connectivity of trails. So I would say implement the approved parks recreation blah 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 plan, recommendations to enhance. It only talks about recreational opportunities, and I would say recreational and open space opportunities throughout the city and address gaps in programming, connections, and facilities, because that's a big piece of what Parks and Rec does. I mean, in fact, we're gonna have the exec session soon on the, the study session and related exec session on open space management.
I think the key point is that inside of parks is open space and trails. So it's the Parks, Rec, and Libraries department, and it's their vision plan, but it certainly addresses open space, it addresses trails, it addresses the 64 parks, it addresses all the recreation programming facilities, et cetera. So I think it's just a matter of how you frame the name of the department, and parks, golf, open space, all fall, trails, fall underneath parks.
What if we strike the word recreational? Reread it.
What if you strike everything after recommendations?
I thought about that, but then it feels then we have to say exact, I don't know if we've approved everything that's in that vision plan yet.
It's not complete.
Right, so that would just, again, put us in a box of something we haven't agreed to yet. But I was thinking that too, but that's too, sorry.
It does seem like an action item, this one, versus an objective.
No different than the housing needs assessment study.
That's true, that's true. I like it.
It has, Councilor Mott.
Well, I mean, we jumped to the next one, but it kind of proves my point. If I read through this list, this area is health and safety, and so I understand why everything's in here. I just feel like we're still missing police, because that's a key component of safety. And so either we need a bullet for police, or it needs to be, to me, it makes the most sense to condense it into a first responder bullet point with fire. Or it needs its own bullet, because that's the other half of the coin when we talk about safety.
So just add in for police, fire, and emergency medical services.
I would leave it, if you agree, I would leave it to staff to be the wordsmiths that makes sense and give them the most flexibility, but I just think it needs to be captured.
What about the one in the crime prevention design, that bullet? Feels like that would be natural to ending on that.
To me, crime prevention, though, could be a lot of things, like the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned about specific, like, crime prevention planning and stuff. There's a lot of ways that we could do that we should be doing that. That's how we do things and forward thinking. It's not necessarily the police piece.
I mean to call it out there. I mean to like
add, put it in there.
Yeah, to put it in there, like add a police thing in there.
I'm open to it, but I mean,
I think it's better with fire and safety.
I just feel like they're very much partners in a lot of what they do, and they are drawn from a lot of the same funds.
What if we did plan for needed future enhancements for public safety services and just eliminate any commas and ands and just.
I like that.
Thank you. We good with that? And where did we end with parks?
I could go for just taking out the recreational word. To me, recreational is a specific, you have active and you have passive spaces, and I don't know, I just didn't read it as open space was included in that.
Less words, that's better.
Everybody okay with taking out recreational?
Can we read how it sounds?
Implement the approved parks, recreation, and libraries vision plan. Recommendations to enhance opportunities throughout the city and address gaps in programming and facilities.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Work with relevant governments as well as state, federal agencies to address environmental health concerns that impact the lives of and well-being of Westminster residents.
Love it.
So say that's your bullet.
I hear nothing, so sustain the quality of the city's drinking water to protect the health and safety of residents. Reduce community risk and vulnerability to wildfires and their impacts through effective emergency preparedness, planning, and community education. Increase residential access to resource efficiency and conservation programs and opportunities, including a focus on low to moderate income residents in both single-family and multifamily residences.
Great.
That's a separate item from the other about housing, though. What's it under, recreation?
It's more an environmental thing because often with environmental incentives and sustainability is offered to higher income groups. And so this is saying, what can we focus on first for those who maybe can't afford things?
So what would be an example?
Like a solar incentive or something, or like a subsidy, or like it's just saying we include a group that is often left out of environmental justice impacts.
Well, I'm not into subsidies, so.
It's
Well,
more like the Excel programs, like if you read the sustainability report, we have a bunch of different programs in there that we help connect residents to. So that's the.
Connecting them to resources?
Well, we also create partnerships with Excel, for example, and we also provide our own conservation programs like our water, what do we
Lawn
call it?
replacement.
Well, we have the lawn replacement, and then we
Garden
have
in a
the
box.
water analysis where you put all the cups in the, forget the.
Oh, yeah, the sprinkler thing.
And again, this is high level, it's not promising anything. This isn't saying, this is no money, right? This is saying we'll make a concentrated effort.
Okay, well, I'm probably outruled, but.
It's increasing residential access to resource efficiency and conservation programs and opportunities.
I like the efficiency.
Yes, good.
Okay. Next thing is economic vitality. Promote and support a resilient economy that attracts and retains a diversity of businesses, workers, and industry, expands living wage jobs, and diversifies city tax base. Focus economic development and business recruitment and retention efforts in industry sectors and areas of the city with high job creation potential.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, don't hear any complaints. Encourage broadband service and digital access through partnerships with telecommunication providers to close gaps of the underserved in service and coverage throughout the city.
Yes.
So the word cellular, that's not inclusive in broadband.
Where do you see cellular?
I don't see cellular.
I'm saying it's missing.
Oh.
I feel like that
No.
goes under digital. Because I could say, well, that's a good question, because I would think that, fiber is not necessarily broadband, but that falls under the same bullet. Right? So the cellular and fiber, which are all things we're working on, all fall under that same bullet.
I would say so.
That would have been my thought, but since he's asking.
I've never considered cellular as part of digital, but it's interesting.
It's under cellular is not a, I assume by cellular you mean phones? What do you mean? You mean it's
Yes.
like a cell phone?
We
Because a
have
cell
gaps.
phone is just a Wi-Fi connection, which is network, which is broadband.
No, it's not. Cellular is not all Wi-Fi. You can make Wi-Fi calls, but cellular, we have several, as you know, as we've talked about for a while now, we have a lot of gaps in the city, north, southwest, southeast, on cellular coverage. So the question is, does cellular fall under digital? It does?
So-
Wikipedia calls it mobile broadband.
Okay.
I thought they all fall under there, so thanks for looking.
Are we okay?
Yep.
Enhance multi-use and business-friendly zoning to encourage more business location, investment, and job creation in the city.
I had a problem with business-friendly zoning.
Okay.
To me, that just is too much of an open door with respect to, like, you could have, if you aren't careful, you can end up with a lot of storage facilities, a lot of, gas stations, et cetera. And I'm just like, what is business-friendly zoning? It's just like less regulation. I would hope that maybe we could have a business-friendly review process, or just, something that encourages businesses. But I think business-friendly zoning was just a scary term for me.
What about business-friendly policies? It's a little bit more
That
broad.
could work better.
Policies, yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you hate storage units so much?
They never go
I'm just
away.
messing with
They
you.
never go away.
So instead of zoning, policies.
But I think you still want multi-use zoning, though.
I think he's right. So to Chris Lindsay's point, he said, do we still want enhanced multi-use zoning?
Multi-use
Zoning,
enhance.
but not under business-friendly
Multi-use zoning and
And
business-friendly
business-friendly
policies.
policies?
Yeah.
I think so, yes.
Okay,
Are we good?
sure.
All right. Diversify the city's revenue streams to increase the flexibility of available funding for city projects and programs. Ensure stable tax rates and minimize fee increases.
I'm for that one, as you all know.
I'm curious, and I'm not saying I'm against this. I'm literally asking, how do we ensure stable tax rates when all the tax rate questions go to, the ballot?
I don't think you have to go to the ballot if you want to decrease tax rates,
Well, not if you wanna, but,
and I'm open to that.
okay,
Especially
I
water
guess,
rates.
I think it's, well, making decisions.
but some of it's out of our control, like if certain things go to the ballot and that makes the tax rate so high,
Well, I think
and we still
spending
have to
isn't out
pay
of
for
our
everything.
control.
Well, I'm just serious, I'm not saying I'm against it, I'm saying, like, what is within our power?
Not, right, so not other entities, not other taxing jurisdictions, which might run their own questions. So maybe the questions are
So-
we ensuring the cities?
I think if we read it,
Taxes.
oh, I'm so sorry. I think if we read it differently, right? I think what it's really saying is diversify our revenue streams so that we can ensure stable tax
Okay,
rates.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just took a shot at lowering the tax rate, so
Yeah.
Good luck.
That should've been
I
in
wrote
there.
that down as an action item.
I'm on board.
Thank you.
Okay, ready to move on? Create and implement a plan to transition the city's focus from development to redevelopment in order to spark innovation, reinvestment, economic growth, and increased regional value.
I thought we had a plan. We're just implementing it, right?
No, this is for future.
Yeah, we have a toolkit, a whole toolkit we planned out. Should we just, so what?
Implement the toolkit.
Yeah, he says, isn't it just implementation? Because we already have a plan.
It doesn't
I don't
get
think
to
it's
some of
done
these
yet.
specific areas. It's very focused on redevelopment opportunities, but there's more to this than just that redevelopment opportunity.
I was gonna say, there's probably more broad things that you'd like to be able to fit under
Beyond the
fund.
toolkit?
Yeah, there's some revenue questions that we really need to dive into.
Can we
Okay.
also, Can we say redevelopment and infill?
Are you a planner?
Development to redevelopment and infill, okay.
I like that. Did you get that? Add infill?
Yes.
To redevelopment and infill in order to spark innovation. Okay.
Thank you.
Next, identify and implement long-term energy sourcing to ensure energy access for the whole city, especially at Westminster Station. This is because Excel Energy has run out of power.
It's gonna get even worse with all these electric cars, I'm telling you.
It just seems like.
And he got one.
Dave.
We should tax him extra, right?
No way, he probably got an incentive.
So are we okay with that one?
Yes.
Enhance the city's partnerships with state and regional partners such as Regional Transportation District, RTD, and the Colorado Department of Transportation, CDOT, to expand transit options in focus areas to better connect workers with employment opportunities. Do we know who's running RTD yet? Has that bill come and gone?
We still have about 48 hours.
So this one
So
might
much
have to be
time.
worked on depending on
I-
who owns RTD.
I would just say, we are saying transit options in focus areas, whereas something like a flex ride or via transit would be citywide. So, and I don't think it takes away from the transit areas, but I think it's a needed element. So can we take out focus areas or just, I just don't want to limit it to focus areas.
Just to expand transit options to better connect workers with.
Yeah, because we need people connected to their doctors, to get to the grocery store, to get to the pharmacy, blah, blah, blah.
So would you also then, building upon that, Mayor, deleting with employment opportunities? So just never
Connect
mind, to
people?
connect workers, disregard.
Well, it could be well, why are we just focused on workers? I mean, isn't it really just connect people to
Residents.
Residents, workers, to employment and,
Life needs.
yeah.
To expand transit options to better connect what?
Peeps.
People. Done, yeah.
Neck people. I think it's
Okay.
getting late.
Done?
Oh, you know what?
What?
Mayor Protem, back in access to opportunity, the first one, the first bullet, says establish a transportation and mobility network that is regionally connected, well-maintained, and reliable so that residents, employees, and visitors can move easily around the community using their mode of choice.
We have that,
Seems
That
duplicative.
it doesn't say transit, just saying, transportation and
I agree with
mobility
you.
network, I think of more as the, roads.
I totally agree with you,
sidewalk.
but can that be enhanced instead? Or both?
I don't
Or
care.
whatever, doesn't matter.
It's
As long as we have
like
transit in there.
10:57, whatever, OB.
I don't think we have any control.
We got two more
So
sections.
put transit somewhere.
Thank
Transit
Okay.
somewhere.
That's why I'm limiting, like. you've already
Next to the last
I don't want
issue.
transit in there.
Resilient infrastructure. Maintain and invest in resilient infrastructure that creates the highest return for safety, community connectivity, enjoyment of life, and local economic success. First thing is develop and maintain a comprehensive infrastructure and capital improvement plan that forecasts the city's needs for the next 20 years.
That sounds freaking fantastic.
I agree.
Number 2, establish a process for annual tracking and evaluation of capital projects and their progress so the city is accountable to the community for implementing and completing infrastructure improvement recommendations.
Well, yes.
Nailed it.
Apply an environmental impact lens to all infrastructure and capital improvement projects to protect and preserve the city's natural resources and community health.
I heart this one.
Okay. Expand the city's comprehensive asset management system to better manage the life cycle of all city assets. Effectively plan for asset maintenance and replacement, and ensure needed redundancies and ensure needed redundancies to minimize any risks and effectively serve the needs of the community.
I don't think you can minimize any risk in life.
It's true. So maybe minimize risk, take out the word
Yeah,
any.
Don't say any.
Yeah, that's fair.
I feel like
Okay.
you try to
You can't
do any
minimize
risk.
all risk, no.
Last one under this one is continually evaluate the city's water systems to understand needs and costs related to water quality and supply within the city.
Cool.
All right. Our last, I think, last piece is organizational vitality. Develop and sustain an environment where employees and organization are equipped and supported to deliver outstanding service to everyone in Westminster.
This one where we just get to ask staff if they're happy with their bullet points.
Enhance and maintain a robust employee development and training program to encourage attraction and retention, foster new ideas and innovation, provide development opportunities, and improve service delivery to the community.
That's like all encompassing right there.
I feel like, yeah, it covered a lot. That's,
Mic drop. Just leave it there.
Position the city as an employer of choice through competitive wage and benefits package and defined opportunities for career development, progression, and advancement.
I'm fine with that, but the only problem with government is they're getting paid way more than the private sector anymore. And you guys that work for the government don't realize how good you have it. Maybe you do, but I know people in the private sector are not getting raises every year since 2020. So that my whole problem is, we're not thinking about the people outside here of government.
Next one, implement opportunities to improve employee well-being. Go away. Implement opportunities to improve employee well-being and safety and create a positive workplace culture that values and promotes healthy work-life balance.
Would you, I just like to call it out, but we don't have to, but I'm assuming like mental health programs and stuff would probably be under that bullet. Perfect.
That's great.
Oh, you're kicking your purse, sorry.
Increase employee engagement to achieve a more productive and higher performing workforce.
So close.
Sustain the city's commitment to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in the organization's leadership, culture, and workforce so that the city's services, policies, and practices support equitable results in the community. Enhance opportunities for communication between city staff and elected leadership to increase the understanding of employee needs and perspectives and city council's commitments to respond to community interests.
I love that one.
Good. Can I make a quick point on the last one? I don't have an objection, it's just more of a potential action item. So, often we're talking about like making our organization reflect our community. So in some of these, it would be nice to make sure that we're having those opportunities through our relationships with the schools and stuff so that they know coming to work for us is a good pathway. And I know we've done that in the past, but I would like to see us do more of that just because it is a good city to work for. It is a good opportunity, and people who even come, how many people do we have that started as like a lifeguard or in our parks and are still here years later, so.
I second that reflection. Yes.
Okay. Strive for the highest standards of financial planning, forecasting, transparency, risk analysis, and innovative management to ensure the city has a sustainable fiscal future. Establish a robust cybersecurity program to enhance data security, protect sensitive information, and reduce the risk of disruption to critical city services.
1000%.
It's 11:04 and this meeting's adjourned.
So close to the full
Good
deadline.
job.
Thank you
Good
so
job,
much.
staff.
I was just gonna say, I kind of blame you.
You were